for being here today on April the 10th. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend, but we're back to business, and I want to call the council business meeting to order and welcome those of you that are joining us in person or those that are joining us on Facebook or the council television station. So I would like to have us introduce everyone, and we'll start with our city clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Dimple Ajmera at large.
Good evening, James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, LaWanda Mayfield, City Council at Large.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
All right, now I think the first item on our agenda is to ask Ms. Harris to walk through any of the questions that you would raise. In addition to that, the document that you have in front of you where she has responded. So, Ms. Harris, are there any additional questions or comments?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I've gotten a chance to follow up with a couple of you, but does anybody else have any questions on the consent items for tonight?
All right,
Mayfield?
Ms. Mayfield?
Not an additional, but would like to pull 16 aside.
All right,
Yes, ma'am, that one's a business, so you'll be able to discuss that one.
that would be a business item. So right now, I think that, Mr. Winston, do you still want to have a separate vote on number 44? So if there are no further questions, we will have a separate vote on item 44, and the remaining items that are on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 37 through 56 with the exception of item 44?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, anyone opposed? I believe there is no one opposed, and it's unanimous of those attending, Mr. All right, okay. I wasn't sure. You were looking at me like maybe something was wrong, and I just wanted to make sure. So now I'm going to ask for a vote on item 44. Item 44 is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute unit price contracts for the following companies for the transit security services for an initial term. And I believe, Madam Clerk, do we have someone that would like to speak to this item at the hearing? You have two people signed up to speak. So we'll have to take this up when we open our business meeting. So that item 44, while we have it for something that we wanted to pull from the agenda, we will pull from the agenda and have it in the council chamber. So with that, that takes us through the consent items. And so now I'm going to ask the manager to walk us through the action review that we have scheduled for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have two items under the action review tonight. First, we'll have an update from Assistant City Manager Renee Askew and Stephen Coker on the CBI bonding program. Some exciting news there. And then we will have Sean Heath give you an update on the Housing Trust Fund recommendations. So it would be the first set of recommendations that would come from the new $50 million bond that was passed this past last year. So with that said, Mayor, if there are not any questions, I'd like to have Renee and Steve come up.
All right. Renee, thank you for joining us, both of you.
Stephen Coker, who is responsible for the Office of Business Inclusion, is going to do our presentation today. But what's really great is the goal is to help build capacity within the community. And so with that, I want Stephen to go ahead and take over.
Thank you, Renee, and good evening, leadership. This presentation is not going to be that long. I do want to say, though, just to give you a backdrop on all of this, years ago, I myself was a contractor who had reached that glass ceiling of not being able to grow beyond my current capacity. And because of a program that, like this, that we're going to present to you, I was able to grow my business by being able to obtain surety bonding. In addition to that, and you may have heard this before, probably a month after I walked in the door, starting this position, got the knock from Councilmember Mitchell. Steve, we have a number of firms who are talking about things like we can't get bonding, we can't grow beyond that $150,000, $200,000 contract that we're working on at the airport. And he said he'd like me and a couple other of us to look into it. I put together a small team which consisted of Sean Thomas, who worked here, Michelle Torres, who worked here, and by the way, she's going to be coming back, as well as Holly Estridge. And we did a lot of fact-finding. We looked into what it would take to put together a bonding program so that we could present it to leadership. We didn't just simply do that, but we also polled the marketplace to understand if there's evidence-based need for this type of program. And lo and behold, we got over 300 folks raised their hand and said, if you did this type of program, we would be interested. So here we are today. We had a selection process, and I'll talk about the firm we selected. This was a RFP, but even before that, we issued a RFI and learned as much as we could about the idea of having a bonding program. We talked to legal, led by our counsel, Thomas Powers, and we crafted something that would fit the needs of the city of Charlotte. And so what I'm going to present now, and I'll get through it really quickly, is where we are now and where we hope to go in the next couple months. Just for information, what is a surety bonding? A surety bond offers assurance to the owner of a construction project that the contractor will perform the work specified in the contract and pay its subcontractors and suppliers. Why is bonding such a problem for small contractors? Well, the evidence suggests that contractors' ability to grow is actually determined by a host of business factors, including their ability to obtain bonds, working capital, which, by the way, are the two important reasons why we do a lot of this capacity building work, bonding and working capital. And then this lack of bonding and working capital affects their ability to maximize their contracting capacity. Also, this hurdle is especially prevalent amongst MWSBEs, which we certified, and DBEs, who are the firms who work on the federally funded projects at the airport. Factors include profitability, net worth, working capital, cash flow, work in progress, calculations, overbillings, underbillings, and accounting for change orders and claims. Now, on the right here, where it says bonding pre-qualifications, these are all the elements of consideration that a surety will look at. And you're going to be hard-pressed to get approved for surety bonding if any one of those are missing. And so it's a wonder why firms can't get it. I mean, you look at all firms who have a difficult time obtaining bonding, but particularly your minority and women contractors have a difficult time. Now, Merriweather and Williams Insurance Services, they are one of the foremost experts in the industry as far as administering these type of programs. They were one of 4 that responded to our RFP, and after reviewing everything that they presented, our review committee, there was a 100% consensus. This is the firm we want. They have over 25 years with doing this type of programs, supporting hundreds of small businesses with obtaining and or increasing their levels of bonding. They develop contractor supportive service programs with the city. That's what they're hired to do for our certified firms with a range of technical assistance, and financial resources, which will include bonding and capital, to help position these firms to successfully complete city projects and build their capacity. They also, and we really didn't push this too much, but they felt the need to add a local certified firm, the Wonder Group, to help support with community outreach and prime contractor engagement. Now, the intent of the program, number one, to provide a full range of services, tools, technical support to firms competing on city projects, provide support mechanisms for our certified firms with securing bonding and working capital to participate on our projects, including ones at the airport. Also, leverage their existing relationships with sureties for risk mitigation tools to actually help these firms obtain the bonding, and that was a really important element. And then provide pathways for our MWSBEs and DBEs to grow from subcontractors to prime contractors. And that's what we do. We really don't want to get someone stuck in a box to always be subcontractors. We want them to grow into primes. And so that's what the grand intention of this program is. Now, when you talk to Meriwether, they're going to tell you there's 4 pillars of contractor development. There's that assessment period. We will literally have dozens of firms who are looking to participate in this program, and none of them are the same. They all are different, so that's going to be important. There's the bonding assistance, education and training, and then prime partnerships with our larger firms in the marketplace. And then once we get them under contract, and we are very close with that happening, now we want them to develop the actual program. We anticipate that to take a couple months, and this will be able to come out of the gate, at least starting the program, I believe in either August or September. That's what we're looking like at this current time. But the project plan will have them meet with us to discuss what we're looking for, create a program development and task assignment, set frequency and calendar of weekly progress meetings, meet with prospective CDFIs. That's where they're going to be able to borrow the money from. Finalize program design, conduct internal staff orientations. They're going to need to meet with our departments to talk about, get their input, and identify projects that perhaps we might be able to attach this to. And then we'll have the official launch, like I said, in, I would say, August, September. Now, we all know this expression, what gets measured gets done. Well, there are 5 components representing our KPIs/reporting that we'll look at. We'll give you a report on these periodically, talking about the number of applicants, the number of firms participating in the first cohort, the number of classes offered and the types of classes, participating MWSBEs and DBEs by category, and the number of firms that have actually established new bonding or increased bonding. And so we'll provide that information on an ongoing basis. So again, what are the next steps? Well, this will go before council members on April 24th. We'll have the contract signatures from all parties. We, CBI, will meet with Meriwether and the Wonder Group to discuss the program development and outreach and marketing of the program. And then again, we'll look to commence this initiative, this program in FY24. That's my presentations, and I'd like to open it up for any questions that council might have.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Steve and Renee, thank you all so much for your leadership. I know this has not been an easy journey, but I think end of the day, you got a product here that will make our MWBE feel very proud of the work you're doing at CBI. So I'm going to say to the former district rep in District 3, LaWanna just did come up at the airport the first time I got the call. And I have to thank staff for taking off your hat, rolling up your sleeves, and making sure we can get this done. I do have one request, though, so Renee, don't kill me. If you can move up the implementation to July 1, beginning of the fiscal year, as opposed to August. Just a simple request, that's all. Great job. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I'm very, very happy to see this come to fruition. I know this one has been a long time coming, and this is very impactful for MWSBE firms. So I'm very looking forward to the implementation of this. I will +1 to what Mr. Mitchell said. Whatever we can do to help support getting it done or implement it sooner at the beginning of the fiscal, that would be fantastic. So please know that you've got support there. A couple of questions that I have, and it may be later on in the implementation that these are figured out, but can you paint a picture a little bit more about the size of the firms that we anticipate will be able to really assist with this bonding? Like, what is the target tier, if you will?
Well, I will say, to your point, we'll know more once we get information and report that to you immediately. But these are going to be firms that are already out of the gate with their businesses. Mm-hmm. They're already working on construction, and we know this is focused only on construction. It's our largest spend area, and of course, we want to treat this different than how we treat other programs. But as far as the firms who participate, they're going to be a variety of size. Some of them actually already have bonding, but they're maybe stuck at, for example, $500,000, and they want to do $1 million project. Mm-hmm. And then you might have some that have done consistently $100,000 projects, but they just can't break through and get a bond. And so those are firms that we're going to be looking to service as well.
Okay. And then probably more into the logistics piece as we think about when there are competing firms for particular bids. Is it going to be whoever gets the award is then worked with as far as getting bonding, or is that getting or securing bonding going to be a part of that award? Like what happens when there's more than one firm?
That is a great question. It's going to be
later on
one of two things that happens. Some of the participating firms will be ones that they don't have a contract yet they want to go through the program and build their capacity. They are certified. And by the way, it's a race and gender neutral program, so we're leading with our SBEs. And then there will be particular projects. We may say we have I'm making this up, a $25 million project, and we want to make sure that we have maximum inclusion on this program. I'll work with the departments. Meriwether will work with them to say, what can we do legally to help facilitate opportunities for firms to either participate where they can serve as primes or perhaps as subs, but the contract amounts are so high that it requires bonding. So you'll have a mixed breed of who participates.
Okay. And to that point, I'd love for you to put a little color around how this lines up with breaking down the WBSs in order to get scope that is right size for capacity building. Can you just talk a little bit about how those two will work together?
Well, that'll work through close relationships with the departments. Right now, I'm slated to sit down with each and every director and learn about maybe some of the things that are a sore spot for them, but also understand from a projection standpoint what projects are out there and try to right size some of the future projects with the bonding program. Meriwether has years of experience doing this, so naturally they're going to be right there offering the guidance, what we're paying them for.
Okay, so I think that'll be definitely one we want to make sure are lined up together, because to your point, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, in my mind, we're offering bonding support for firms that are doing business with the city, not for them to do private work, or?
Yes, this is targeted for the city. However, what happens is, if you're successful with the city, you can take your bonding and go work on a project for other large projects. I mean, at some point, they'll have what's called aggregate bonding, where they can do a project for the city. They might have one for one of the hospitals. We won't be able to dictate
Right, for sure.
what they eventually do with their bonding. But certainly, we have, hundreds of millions of dollars of work. And I think a lot of our firms look at the city of Charlotte as one of the pillars of, their customers that they like to represent or work for.
Sure. So definitely we'll be looking forward then to see how that scope breakdown goes with the bondings.
Okay.
Love to see it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Well, thank you for your time, and I will keep you all posted on where we go.
This is really good news for our community. As we talk about mobility, and upward mobility especially, I guess you can get them both from transportation and from better pay and work. Okay, so Mr. Jones, what's next?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So next we'll have Sean Heath to give us an update on some of the recommendations from the Housing Trust Fund. As we go back to our discussions during the budget workshops, I'll remind you that, again, there's the $50 million bond that has been passed, as well as there are some ARPA funds that are remaining that we have in the housing bucket. But tonight, we will not be discussing the ARPA funds that are in the housing bucket, but rather some opportunities with the Housing Trust Fund. So Sean, good to see you again.
Thank you, Manager Jones. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. Hello. As Manager Jones mentioned, tonight's really an opportunity to provide an update on the responses we received to our winter RFP for the Housing Trust Fund, and I'll also provide staff funding recommendations. Tonight's an informational update for council discussion and for staff to get a sense what your expectations are building up to the April 24th planned date for an RCA on the projects themselves. Try this. There we go. Quick reminder on the trust fund. As you know, it's really designed to provide gap financing. When you look at all the proposals that we receive, the city's investment in these projects is really a rather small percentage. So the capital stack will include, for most of the projects, LIHTC equity, conventional financing through a first mortgage, deferred developer fees. It really depends on the nature of the project. But the idea with the city housing, with the city investment component of the housing, is to provide that last enabler to get these projects to pencil out. As you'll recall, there's a policy provision set by council that for the multifamily rental projects, at least 20% of those units are targeting 30% AMI households. There are always strings attached associated with the city's investments in affordable housing. One of the most significant strings is a long-term deed restriction to preserve affordability. That can be anywhere from 15 to 40 years, depending on whether it's a home ownership scenario or multifamily rental. And then finally, the Housing Trust Fund is replenished through the biennial bond referendum, and in November of 2022, voters were overwhelmingly supportive of the housing bond, with, I believe, 75% of voters endorsing that bond. Here's a little bit of a historical perspective since the inception of the Housing Trust Fund in 2002. You can see a cumulative amount of $260 million has been programmed by councils over those years, with a significant ramp up starting in 2018 when the decision was made to increase the investment from a $15 million bond to a $50 million bond. You can also see here that since 2002, over 11,000 units have been created or preserved. One of the things I wanted to acknowledge before we leave this slide is Zelika Bierman, who's in the room tonight, who's on my housing team. Zelika started working for the City of Charlotte in 2002. So she was brought on staff to administer what at the time was a brand new tool for the City of Charlotte, the Housing Trust Fund. So if there's one common thread throughout every single one of the RFP cycles on this slide, it's Zelika Bierman. And I think that one of the highest compliments I can pay her is that she has really defended the city's interests throughout all these years to help ensure that we're providing the best value proposition possible. But at the same time, she's built the trust and respect of the development community, which is obvious to me in the conversations that I've had with folks. So Zelika, just wanted to give you a little bit of tip of the cap this evening for the great work you've done. Thank you. We generally will do 2 RFPs each year. One we refer to as the winter RFP that's released in January. One is the summer RFP released in the July timeframe. This shows you the schedule that we're currently on for the most recent RFP. It was posted on January 13th. Submissions were due in mid-February. Tonight, we're doing the informational briefing, building up to a vote on the 24th. There was a very strong interest in this RFP, and there's a lot of information on this slide. The good news is we don't have to pour over all the specifics here, because in subsequent slides, we're going to get into the details of each of the projects themselves. But I did want to highlight a few things associated with the 11 requests that we received. First, these are all new construction scenarios, and in terms of the multifamily projects, it's a combination of 4% LIHTC deals, 9% LIHTC deals. We have 1 non-LIHTC, and then we have 3 homeownership funding requests that we received as well. In aggregate, the requests added up to over 900 affordable units. You can see the aggregate funding request was a little bit north of $32 million. And one noteworthy observation here, as you can see in the final column on the city cost per unit, we've seen some moderation in the costs that are being brought to us. If you think back to the October, November timeframe of last year, when we had discussions around 9 or 10 previously awarded housing trust fund projects that were facing a lot of cost pressure. Ultimately, when the dust settled and 8 of those were provided additional city resources, the average cost per unit for those projects was about $55,000. So as you scan the numbers in the far right column here, you can see that we're generally seeing some cost per unit figures that are a bit more attractive than what we experienced last year. As I said, I'm intentionally moving over this particular slide pretty quick. We're going to have a chance to dive into a lot of these going forward. Another eye chart here. This is taking the 11 proposals on the previous slide and narrowing it down to the 9 proposals that were received that are recommended for funding from a staff perspective. And once again, because I'll be going through project-specific development summaries, and because at the end of my prepared remarks, we'll come back to this slide as a bit of a home base, I'm just going to cherry pick a few things on here for your consideration, just to have in the back of your mind. First, as I mentioned before, for the proposals that we're recommending are 4% LIHTC deals. We have Union at Tryon in District 4, the View at Honeywood in District 2, and Evoke Living in District 7. The 3 9% deals we received, the Merit is in D4, Long Creek Seniors in D4, and Marvin Road is in D1, with the River District in D3, and then 2 homeownership recommendations, Abilene in D1 and Hope Springs in D2. So when you remove the 2 projects on the prior slide that are not recommended for funding, which I'll comment briefly on each of those at the end of the presentation, what we have left would be roughly 700 units and a total ask of about $26 million. You can see here the cost per unit on average for the recommended projects is about $37,000. And I did want to take a moment on the city-owned land to provide a little bit of context here. So you can see Evoke Living at Valentine has city-owned land associated with it. And we also have the Merit, a 9% project with city-owned land. And in both instances, I think it's helpful to go back in time, really, and I'll do this fairly quickly, but in 2019, City Council established the guidelines for the evaluation and disposition of city-owned land for purposes of affordable housing. And that really gave us at the staff level a bit of a framework to work with. And of course, it underscored council's desire to see staff look for opportunities to leverage city-owned land for affordable housing. If you fast forward to 2021, Brent Cagle and then Housing Director Pamela Weidman, in the middle of the year, provided a presentation to council, and they identified 6 parcels of city-owned land that appeared to be suitable for affordable housing. And based on a positive reception from council at that action review, the Housing Department, working with Phil Rieger's team, developed an RFP requesting that developers step forward with their best project ideas for how they could activate those 6 parcels with affordable housing projects. So then I came back to council in February of 2022 with staff recommendations associated with 4 of the 6 parcels where we received compelling requests from the development community, 2 of which are ready for discussion tonight and also have city-supported funding requests associated with them. But I just wanted to underscore that it's been a multi-year effort to get where we are here today on the city-owned housing. I wanted to underscore that it was done through a competitive RFP process in a transparent way, and it was done with a lot of council engagement throughout the process. So as we get to those 2 particular projects, we can, of course, bounce around on those if there's specific questions on the city-owned land component, but just wanted you to be aware of the backstory. One final comment on this slide. When you look at the funding request column for the 9 recommended proposals of $26 million, a couple things to keep in mind. One is a couple of these projects we believe would be suited for federal funding, so not every project on this page would put a strain on the Housing Trust Fund. And you can see that there are 3 of the 9% projects on this slide. And as you recall, historically, we would receive maybe 1 or 2 9% projects in a particular calendar year. Here we wanted to show the AMI mix for the 9 recommended proposals. And just to state the obvious, this is an incredibly part of your value proposition. Not only are you interested and we interested in the economics of the deals and the cost per unit and the leverage ratio, but what does the AMI mix look like? This will change from cycle to cycle, and it really just depends on the nature of the underlying projects. 4% deals, 9% deals, non-LIHTC deals, homeownership deals. They all, on average, will have a slightly different AMI mix. But I think this is always a reminder to me, and hopefully a reminder to the public, that city dollars are being put into a good mix of affordability across the continuum. So it's not just 80% units. Of course, you have the provision for the multifamily to have at least 20% of those devoted to 30% AMI, but we're also seeing a good amount at the 50% and 60% level. So wanted to underscore that. Now what we'll do is I will very quickly move through a development summary slide for each of the proposals, and then I'll stop talking so we can get into the discussion. First, we'll start with the 4% deals, and this is Union and Tryon in D4. The NX Group has decades of experience with affordable housing projects. They've got close to 1,000 4% units in various stages of development. You can see the overall funding request here, moving to the top right part of the slide, was $3.8 million for an attractive cost per unit of $19,000. One of the things, once again, back to what do we get in return for these investments? One of the things that we've really been reinforcing with our development partners is the affordability period. And pre-COVID, you'll recall that typically for the multifamily rentals, the normal was a 30-year affordability period. Now what we're finding, and what you'll see in all of the multifamily rental opportunities that are recommended tonight, an affordability period at 40 years. On the rent range, I did just want, if you think about it, what's driving it is really AMI and number of bedrooms. So $437 would be a 30% AMI household with 1 bedroom, whereas the high end of the range, $1,860, would be an 80% AMI household with 3 bedrooms. So that's why you're seeing such a wide range there. Moving on to the second 4% project opportunity, we've got the View at Honeywood in District 2. Halcyon has a number of LIHTC projects in their portfolio, a lot of experience in this space. You can see a roughly $3.5 million request for a cost per unit at $32,000. One noteworthy item in their application is they mentioned that they will target persons with disabilities and or experiencing homelessness for a certain number of the units reflected here. Evoke Living at Ballantyne in District 7. Once again, this is one of the 2 city-owned land scenarios included in the staff recommendations. This evening, we have a lot of experience over the last 5 years or so working with Crossland Southeast with a lot of success in a number of affordable housing projects in the city. You can see the HTF request at $3.1 million, translating to an HTF cost per unit a little north of $51,000. The
Southeast on East 3rd Street towards South Alexander Street.
I don't think that's the directions to this site. On the city-owned land, on the city-owned land, I did just want to underscore that this is, of course, always going to be a point-in-time estimate in terms of the appraisals that are done. But we wanted to be fully transparent since there's part of the value proposition here is associated with the use of city-owned land for the project. One of the things that's interesting about this particular project is it is absolutely, hands down, in a phenomenal area for affordable housing. It checks all the boxes in terms of access to jobs, amenities, services, local public schools. It's beautiful. I will say this, having walked the site yesterday, one of the things reflected in the application is some of the realities associated with the parcel itself. So, you know, if you've been down to the police station in District 7, there on Providence Road West near Highway 521, if you're passing the police station and the police station is on your left, you would see a relatively thin strip of land. So the shape of this parcel is essentially an L shape around that's adjacent to the police station. And it's hard to see a lot of it from Providence Road West because the topography is incredibly steep. So walking around the site, it's clear to me, I understand now kind of on a firsthand basis some of the design and construction challenges. They're putting a little bit of a pressure on the construction costs associated with this particular location. But, we're always hungry for affordable housing in District 7. So we recommend this without any hesitation. It's a proven partner. We think it's a wonderful way to leverage city-owned land to get affordable housing in an area that really could use it. So we can certainly talk more about that one if needed.
Great job, Ed.
Yeah. I have to say, Sean, on this one, it was all about the jobs being associated close by, the schools, the ability to do this. And so when council approved this, and I'm looking forward to more of those discussions around this in Ballantyne as we keep going through Ballantyne Imagine. So we'll see how it goes. But Ed, you wanted to say something about this?
I just wanted to say that I was there when Sean walked the site, and it was like a ski slope, part of it. Very difficult topography. And also in District 7, it's long been a fact. It's expensive down there. That's the reason we haven't seen more. I'm very anxious to get this done just to demonstrate that there is no opposition in the district to this kind of housing. Very willing to see this diversification take place. But it does cost more to develop in areas like South Charlotte. So I really hope we can all get behind this one. Thank you.
So just a few more here. Shifting into the 9% opportunities. Here's the Merit project in District 4, which once again is another city-owned land scenario. This is at the intersection of University City Boulevard and North Tryon, and I've also seen this site firsthand. It's in a great area. This site was rezoned TOD in 2021. It's a half mile from a Blue Line station. It's just in a wonderful part of town for affordable housing. You can see the request for $2.6 million in HTF, and then the estimated appraised value before we did the RFP that I reported on in February of 2022 was about $1.36 million there. Here we have Long Creek. This is the one senior project that's included in the mix with Graycliff Capital. They've got dozens of LIHTC projects in their portfolio in North and South Carolina, a $2.25 million request. You can see here, I wanted to draw your attention to, oftentimes with the 9% projects, you'll see a really attractive AMI mix at the 30% level in order to make the project more attractive and more competitive for the 9% LIHTC funding. So this particular project with 15 units at the 30% AMI level, that represents 26% of the total units. Moving to Marvin Road in D1, this one's in Greer Heights, 3.479 request for a housing investment per unit of close to $50,000. Once again, a very attractive AMI mix, so 18 units out of the 70 represents 26% of the total units.
This one, I've been reading the 31 to 50, it seems to be harder to get in there, and this one has 31 to 50. And so I don't know how many of those we're getting as a total, Sean.
Yes, I'm sorry, you referenced 3150?
And on the AMI, the prior ones have pretty much not had housing units at the 31 to 50. Yeah.
Yes.
But the seniors do.
Right.
And I'm just trying to make sure that we remember that that 31 and 50 can be as important.
Agreed. Make sure I'm caught up here. Okay, and then River District is one that we're very excited about as well. And this one's interesting because with the River District opportunity, you have to go back to at least 2016. So I had the chance to see some of you on video in the 2016 rezoning meeting. And there was a conversation at that zoning meeting in November of 2016 focused on the commitment included by the petitioner for the rezoning to help create the master plan for the River District that included a commitment to have 85 affordable units included in River District Phase 1. So that was part of the approved petition in 2016. If you fast forward to 2021, the first time council saw this project as a specific affordable housing request was a $2.5 million housing trust fund ask for a 124-unit project. Then in calendar year 2022, just like many of our other development partners that were facing cost pressure, that particular project opportunity was facing a lot of cost pressure due to rising construction costs. So a new ask was put in front of us for consideration, which was approximately $8.7 million for the 124-unit project. Laurel Street voluntarily, through conversation at that point in time, voluntarily pulled back the request and said they would rework it, retool it, reshape it, and that's exactly what they've done. So the opportunity that we have in front of us here tonight is really a different project than we looked at before, but I would say two things importantly. First, from a staff perspective, we wanted to make sure we didn't have our blinders on and be mindful of the bigger vision around the River District and the bold vision around the River District, and recognizing that this can and should be a catalyst in Phase 1 to get the affordable housing on the ground, which will happen again in subsequent phases moving forward with the project. So $5.8 million for a project that includes 87 units. A number of things were done in order to reduce the amount of the ask from what was $8.7 million last year to an amount that's easier to accommodate within existing housing trust fund resources. So we feel very comfortable that A, this definitively meets the terms of the rezoning from 2016. It's got the 85 units all at 80% AMI and below. And two, it still includes your policy requirement that at least 20% of the units be at the 30% AMI level. So it checks both of those boxes, and we bring this to you this evening without any hesitation for the recommendation.
Ms. Mayfield has a question.
No question.
A comment?
Statement. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Yes, this is my baby, one of many throughout the district when I was the rep. But what I'm most proud of with this is because we were building new, we had very clear conversations with commitments in writing on the front end of not just the multifamily, but also the single family, and making sure that we had diversity, because no disrespect, it's a beautiful place. The goal is not to create another Ballantyne. Here, we're starting from scratch with clear ground. Can we create something that's very different? We got commitments from CATS on the front end to extend the transportation from the Charlotte Premium Outlets to make sure that people had connectivity, and creating a true diverse in workforce, in housing options, as well as income levels, to create a true community that is reflective of the community that we live in, that didn't have high sections of wealth or high sections of poverty in it, to really create a stable community, since this was going to be one of the last chances that we had this much land and had a collaborative effort with building. So I hope that as the conversations move forward with this project, not only with Laurel Street, I hope everyone definitely supports this particular ask. I hope we keep in mind the ultimate goal of having diversity when it comes to the ask for the single-family attached and or detached housing that may be making its way to us. And also, we've already had conversations with thinking about bringing new developers to the table, bringing some smaller developers and not just relying on our partners who are the big developers to just be more creative and think outside the box to address our need. Thank you.
Okay, last couple here. Moving on to the homeownership recommendations, we have one here in District 1. It's a Dream Key project in Greer Heights. You can see a $630,000 request. It has a attractive cost per unit profile and affordability period and leverage ratio. And, importantly, this is enabling affordable housing stock to move into the market. So you can see the sales price range at $275,000 to $315,000 with the AMI focus at the 80% level here. And then the final recommendation is a habitat project in District 2, referred to as Hope Springs. You can see it's a $1.125 million request at $45,000 per unit. One of the interesting, each of these has a different profile, right? So that it's not always the same value proposition we expect across the board. One of the interesting points on this one is for the initial sales will be done across a wider AMI distribution than we typically see for home ownership. So here on the chart in the bottom right, you can see some of the, not all of the units will be at 61 to 80%. Some will be at 51 to 60. Some will be at 31 to 50. So that's a noteworthy attribute that will allow for a sales price range that dips down below $100,000. So we bring both of these home ownership recommendations to you without any reservations. Then the last two slides, I did want to acknowledge that we had received two requests that are not recommended for funding at the staff level at this time. One is Sycamore Station in District 1. It's a 4% project, and this is an interesting scenario because while it's technically certainly an eligible project for Housing Trust Fund resources, it's generally not what we've done in the past. So this project is in construction already. It does not have any previously awarded city funds associated with the financing. I would estimate it's roughly 50% done in construction, and they have, like many of our partners, faced some fairly significant cost challenges. If the Housing Trust Fund were not as resource constrained as I believe it is, this is the sort of thing that we, I think, might have felt like it would be an opportunity to bring to you, because in their defense, one thing that they will do if the city were able to fund this is to provide the units at the 30% AMI level that otherwise wouldn't exist. But once again, as we look through some of the subsequent slides on the implications of funding the 9 of the 11 recommendations, it will use a lot of the existing Housing Trust Fund resources available. And then finally, we received a homeownership proposal in District 2, referred to as Henderson Manor. Of the 3, this was the highest cost per unit proposal. It's not a bad proposal, but it's one that we'd like to have a little more iterations with the development partners in the months ahead, and this could be suitable for them to bring back a request in a future RFP round.
All right, we had a question on the slide, the Sycamore, I believe it's right before that, for sale product. Is Mr. Winston?
Yes. Well, I see this one says there's no project-based vouchers. Does that mean that they wouldn't accept vouchers as a source of income?
Oh, thank you for the question. No, it doesn't, and we could maybe reword this. So, within Living, they have the housing choice vouchers and the project-based vouchers, and some of the projects that are brought to us have PBVs and some don't. But whether they do or don't, that in no way would impact their, in fact, now their requirement that any project receiving city funds would be required to give people with vouchers a fair look, right? Because of the source of income discrimination policy that you passed last year. So that was a long-winded answer to your question, which is having the word no on the slide would not mean they would not accept voucher recipients.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are we asking questions now, or are we waiting till the end?
Well, Mr. Winston asked to ask a question, but we're almost at the end, so I think we're going one more slide.
Yeah, so
And then we'll be at the end. We'll come back and we'll do, he can just do the numbers. All right?
yeah, I can sense everyone's ready to go into questions. So if there's a desire at any point, we can talk about what the implications would be related to the existing balance of 50 million and how these projects would impact that balance. And then just to remind you of the timeline, council approval today is really just one step in a fairly long process. For the most part, it's really projects that you would have approved back in 2021 that are now coming online this year. So the projects that you're evaluating today, for the most part, if they're funded, the units will come online in about the fourth quarter of 2025. So this is planning for the future, but this is an important step in the process to make those units a possibility. So I will stop there. Open for any questions.
All right, I think I have Ms. Mayfield, followed by Ms. Ajmira, and then Ms. Anderson and Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we go back to slide 17? I need some clarification on the Hope Springs subdivision. Why is the affordability period for that 15 years, but the other home ownership product, Abilene, is at 30 years?
So unlike the multifamily, where in the past it would generally be 30, now it's 40. For all the NOAAs, it's generally 20. For the homeownership scenarios, if you look at the ones that we funded over the last 3 or 4 years, there's more variability. That these are different animals. The structuring here is a little different from one opportunity to the next. That's not a direct answer to your question. So I will underscore one point, which is one of the requirements we have in the Housing Trust Fund as it relates to homeownership proposals is that the affordability period be a minimum of 15 years. So, sometimes we'll see 15, sometimes we'll see 20. The one that we looked at here, 30, I would say is an outlier, an anomaly, in a positive way. We can work on something for a council packet that might dive a little bit deeper, because I don't think I could give much more of an explanation tonight. But there's enough nuance across these homeownership scenarios as it relates to affordability period. We could prepare a document to provide some clarity on that.
So I want to make sure that we have transparent expectations, because we just had a presentation where, thanks to some of our funding and our support, we have an organization that is out there that is building homes for purchase that have basically a 99-year in perpetuity. They have both in their senior development that is multifamily off of West Boulevard, but they also have it in their for sale product where that individual still is able to sell and receive some profit, but that home still stays in as a part of the trust in order to continue to create opportunities. If we already have a model that is working and we see it working locally, why would we not have those conversations so that it's known that the expectation is how we move forward in order to create a city that is truly accessible to the many and not the few? This is the new model that is going to have more points in the scoring system versus what you've always done.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think all else equal, we prefer longer affordability. So to the extent that we have some innovative opportunities in the marketplace, I would encourage them to submit applications in our next round. We would love for them to compete against other opportunities. And if there's an attractive AMI mix and an attractive cost per unit and a highly attractive affordability period, then they will probably compete very well.
So I think we have a disconnect in what you're responding to and what I'm saying. Looking at the numbers, I appreciate a number of the recommendations. Looking at this particular one for Habitat, I will have a hard challenge saying, yes, I am just one vote out of the 6 that is needed, because we already have Historic West End partners that's already at the table, that's already doing the work. We already have partners in our community that's doing it, opposed to saying, well, for the next round or for future rounds, it will be great if people can do this. We have organizations that are doing it right now, addressing the need. where we're going to see it out of the ground either the end of 2023 or by the end of 2024. So that expectation should be across the board. All the projects that your team have recommended are really diverse and really great products, but it's almost a level of disrespect when you see these commitment levels of 40 years, 40 years, 40 years, 40 years, 40 years, 40 years, 30 years, 15 years. That's a challenge. Even when we have another single-family product, well, not single-family attached product, that is making that commitment, it's very difficult to look at this one and see how that is truly addressing the goals that this council has put forth to staff and to our development community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It might be helpful to talk to the Greer Heights Community Association and see what's going on. I think it might be worth touching bases with them to see what's happening. All right, Mr. Jones?
So, Mayor and Council, I think it may be a different question, and that is, and Sean, if I have this right, the bare minimum for the single-family homes are 15 years of affordability?
Correct.
So maybe it's more of a policy discussion that maybe 15 is not enough for the council, but staff worked along the policy that's currently in place. Did I get that right? And Ms. Mayfield, I would like to, and I totally agree with, we had a conversation last week, some of the other organizations that's willing to help us with this, we need to make sure that we're finding avenues for them to participate in these processes. So I agree with you.
And Mayor, just to follow up, Mr. Manager, I would encourage us again that if we have partners that are doing it, then those are the partners that we need to continue to try to figure out how to uplift and how to continue to work with, versus having a partner that's been a long-standing partner that's coming with bare minimums. They should see, they are reading the same writing on the wall that we are. Bare minimums is not good enough.
I think that's why I would say, I think Tiffany Capers is the president of that Greer Heights Economic Development Community, and I would say that that's a good conversation, see what they've been saying to her as well. So, okay, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, can you go back to slide number 5, where you got all the funding requests? So for the first one, I see that cost per unit is really low, but I did not quite understand why that was not recommended.
Yeah, so this was the one that's already in construction. So historically, our practice has been to provide gap funding for projects that have not yet closed on financing. And, but for our funding, the affordable units would never happen at all. So this is just in a much different place in the project life cycle than what we've historically done. And with the constraints that I feel like we have associated with available resources, from a staff perspective at least, we weren't comfortable putting it into the recommendation column.
So from what I understood, that this would not be possible. Well, they're offering 30% units at 30% AMI or below. So without the city funding, they wouldn't be able to offer that. Is that right?
Yeah, it's my understanding that what they've done in exchange for in the request that we received, they've indicated that in exchange for receiving our funding, they would establish those 30% units that would not otherwise exist. Correct.
So do we have anywhere in the policy that states if it's in the construction phase, funding would not be allowed?
I don't believe there was anything specific in the RFP that would preclude them from applying. I'm looking at Zelica right now for.
Okay.
Thank you, Zelica.
So that is not our policy, and we clearly know that we have dire need when it comes to units at 30% AMI or below, and plus cost per unit is significantly lower than some of the other ones. I just don't see why we wouldn't do it, but that's just my take on it. Second question I have here is, Okay, so the question I had was, Ms. Mayfield had already asked why it was 15 years, but our policy does allow that, so.
It does, and historically, 15 to 20 would have been what we would have seen, correct?
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, and this, on slide number 6, where you have city-owned land column, so that $1.3 million and so is that factored into the cost per unit, or that's separate? So that's in addition to,
Yes, so what we've done here is the city cost per unit is based purely on the request for gap funding, gap financing. And the city-owned land, we wanted to show that to be transparent, but it is not included in the calculation in the cost per unit. You know, there's a bit of apples and oranges here. And with the city-owned land, I think one thing that's important to remember there is that this would not be a land donation. This would be a long-term ground lease scenario. So the city would maintain ownership of these sites.
so even though it is a ground lease, it's 1 year, $1 per year kind of lease, right?
Yes,
So
the
there
whole
is an
idea.
opportunity cost that
Correct.
city is incurring. I think it's fair to include that in cost per unit to really understand what is actual cost per unit to the city. Because certainly that land could be used for other things. So I'm assuming even the number 4, the merit, is also that 34,000 per unit cost does not include 1.3 million city-owned land.
That is
value.
correct. That is correct.
Okay, and are all this land leased for 30 years?
So it's interesting when you think about the term of the loan, the affordability periods, the lease periods, you know, they're different timeframes. The lease would likely be for, I think, either 60 or 99 years.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, I first just want to congratulate you and the team on the mix and blend of this portfolio. It's pretty impressive when we look at the mix of affordability periods, the blend of the AMI from 30 to 80%, and the rent range and accessibility. I also think that the River District project is a great example of looking at a price point per unit that was above something that we really wanted to support, and having the developer go back to the table and reimagine that project is a great example of how we can sort of be patient and diligent to get to a better solution. I know when we had this conversation several months ago, back in November, I believe, the marketplace looked different. The cost and inflation was different as it relates to construction materials. And so it's good to see that the price per unit and other dollar figures here have decreased. The one thing I would say, and I really absolutely support the concept of having home ownership as a part of this portfolio and blend, and having 43 units out of the 701 units be for home ownership, and in particular that 31 to 51 AMI ownership, to have families be able to grasp that sit within that AMI tier is definitely an access to economic mobility. I would just say I would also like to see, as we move forward, if we could increase these home ownership units to be closer to 10% of the overall units. I think that would be a really good starting point for us. So if we could increase those 43 units to be around 70, 71 units, I think that is a good sort of marker of how we could get after and support, of course, affordable housing, but access to ownership, as we know that unlocks the economic mobility to change the outcomes for families. So congratulations. I support these projects, and I would like to just see an increase in that home ownership unit to be relative to 10% of the overall base. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, I too want to lend my voice in support of the work that you've done in this presentation. I also want to thank you and for allowing me to bother you over the weekend on this. I don't take that for granted at all. I get it. Councilmember Anderson and then Ashmir has asked questions that I was going to present to you, so I won't be redundant, but just want to again point out the fact that we are utilizing city-owned land. That's a conversation that we've had around this dais for the last several years. So I'm glad to see that it's finally coming to fruition, and certainly in a way that it's beneficial to the citizens in District 7. And I think that's really, really a step in the right direction, as well as University City. So I think that's a really, really good story to tell. Secondly, I guess last week, 2 weeks ago, Ed and Councilmember Mayfield and Bakari and I attended the ribbon cutting for the River District, and it's great to have that project in the first phase. That affordability is top of mind right from the very start, right? The end is in the beginning. And if you want to see how something's going to end, you take a look at how it starts. And so I'm very pleased to see that the River District projects is included, and thank you for your help and support with that as well. The range for rent is, I think, impressive on all the projects throughout the city, and I think that's gives everybody an opportunity to live and play where they desire. And so hopefully we can continue to have these projects where the ranges are really significant and affordable for a whole host of folks. And then lastly, as Council Member Anderson has indicated, the home ownership opportunity, I think, is a big plus. And so more of that as relates to what she indicated, 10% sounds good to me, but having certainly the home ownership in the mix is another conversation that this council has been having for the last 2 or 3 years. So I want to thank you and thank Councilmember Wallington and her committee for their work, and I look forward to supporting it.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, just echo, this has always been a tough job sometime to find that balance between provide affordable housing, the right location, the right funding. You once again, your work reflect a top priority for the City Council, which is affordable housing. And so can you go to page 4? I think that's pretty impressive. Oh, no. Go back to, I'm sorry, slide, I'm sorry.
The AMI mix?
Slide 2, you
sorry.
had the summary. Keep going. Ooh, which one? And I have glasses on. This is maybe 7, I'm sorry. And I have glasses on. Okay, there we go. All right, Dr. Paula Newsom. So I think this is a strong indication of how you have prioritized to make sure that all our AMI are being addressed. It's very impressive. The one we talk about a lot is 30% and 60%, and they both consist of 21 and 25. My only other, not idea, but suggestion, those who have rent that close to that 399 and 455, somehow can we be very proactive and have a hotline set up, or maybe a waiting list? I think those units going to be in demand, and I would like for us, since we driving this process, to kind of be more proactive. So if citizens call in, we can say, here's how many units left at 399, here's how many units left. And so if Ms. Watlington, your great staff, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I just think it'd be a great idea, so I don't need to be a referrer, but staff, if we could just think about how we can be more creative and be proactive when we know we're going to have units at the price point that so many citizens would like to rent at. So kudos, and I like the fact that River District, I agree with Councilman Graham and Watlington and Mayfield. It's one thing to talk about the new Ballantyne, as Councilman Mayfield said, we want to do a little different, but to say River District, you will have some affordable housing in phase 1, I think sends a real strong message how committed we are. So thank you for funding that project. And I agree. I remember Lawrence, oh God, she gonna kill me. Deion gonna kill me. Thank you. Laura. I feel the heat behind me. I'm not even gonna look back there. She's gonna kill me. I'm sorry, sis. I'm not even gonna look back there. But when we was talking about earlier, you're right. She kind of volunteered and said we would pass on this round. We would like to come back again and with better numbers. So thank you, and Deion, thank you for being a team player.
Commitments that are made here represent the policy, and so I know policy doesn't come without a lot of analysis. So thank you very much, and thank you, Zelica, for your years of service. We're going to miss you, but I've already talked to the manager about what your contract amount might be. So thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Driggs, did you have something to add? I'm sorry, Mr. Driggs, we're not done. We'll close up this one with you.
All right, I just briefly wanted to let everybody know, this afternoon I received from Casey Jones of Queen City News a copy of a memo related to cats. I don't know if we all got it or if you've all seen it. Wanted to let you know about it. The memo is from Steve Hamlin, the General Manager of Transit Management of Charlotte, which is an RATP Dev affiliate to the employees of TMOC. So those people work for TMOC and not for Charlotte. TMOC is a vendor to Charlotte under contract to operate CATS buses. In the memo, Mr. Hamlin tells employees he is, quote, deeply disturbed by the attendance, absenteeism, and missed trip information he is seeing related to the bus service. I only got this memo this morning, late this morning, and so I'm just going to offer a couple of quick comments right now. For one, CAT's operating performance improved greatly after COVID and is still much better than it was during COVID. So we have seen a somewhat disturbing trend in terms of those performance numbers not being as good as they were, which CATS is looking into with TOMC. There is also an RFP process underway, as you may know, in which we are going to kind of create new terms for our relationship with that management company. So the working group that I run is going to look into some of this data with Mr. Cagle, and we'll share with you some numbers around what exactly is going on there and with the public. So at this point, I just wanted to make you aware of this. Don't want another big story about cats. You'll find out exactly what's going on in due course. Thank you.
We'll make sure that the work group has a copy of that memo, okay?
Yes, we'll get that around to everybody.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we are ready to go downstairs. If we actually get down in 3 minutes, we can start on time, but I wanted to recognize Mr. Mitchell first.
Madam Mayor, in the agenda, I would like to request that item 15 be pulled to a later date.
All right, so item 15 is going to be deferred until the next opportunity. I think Ms. Mayfield had suggested that it be pulled, but it's a business item, so it would be deferred.
So it can be deferred. So I can second it. I actually had a question, Madam Mayor. We're doing nominations tonight, and I sent an email to my colleagues to ask if we could delay one of the nominations to the advisory board, since I just last week asked for us to look at making sure all of our chambers are represented, not realizing that they will be coming up. So I would like to have that pulled out of our decisions for tonight.
So Billy, can you give me, Ms. Mayfield, do you have which number it is?
Yes.
It's in there somewhere.
Yes.
We'll delay that nomination process when we go to the selections for our boards and commissions. So thank you, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you.
All right, let's go downstairs and get started with our meeting. The Charlotte City Council meeting on this April 10th after a long holiday weekend for those of us that celebrate Easter. And we're welcoming all of you that are joining us in the chamber today, as well as those of you who are watching us on Facebook Live and our government channel. So thank you for taking the time to participate in your governance and to work with us as we continue to build the city as a place for everyone who can feel welcome and have diversity and all of the things that we aspire to as we grow. So I want to call the business meeting to order, and we'll begin with introductions, and we'll start with our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmera at large.
Good evening. I am Marjorie Molina. I represent District 5.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, serving as City Council at Large.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Hello, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Happy Easter Monday. Dante Anderson, District 1.
Good evening, I'm Victoria Wallington, your City Council member representing District 3.
Good evening, Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
So as we start our meeting, we begin it with an expression of inspiration, and this is basically to allow us to solemnize our proceedings so that we can remember that we represent you in a way that you would be proud of. We know that there's often diversity in faith and religion in our community, and we accept and understand that. And so we begin with Mr. Driggs, who will offer our comments for tonight. And please join us following his remarks to have a pledge of allegiance to our flag. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Please bow your heads if you're so inclined. Heavenly Father, let us be people who are quick to notice the ways in which we can be of special blessing to others. It is easy when it comes to those whom we befriend. We often recognize their need before they express it and find genuine fulfillment in being a hand extended to them. But challenge us to go even further in making ourselves available to our enemies as well, with whom it may not be natural to provide for their needs, to aid and support all those around us in spite of our differences. May all that we do on behalf of others be an expression of your heavenly touch through human service. It is in your strength and compassion that we can do that which may seem foreign to us, but is natural to our redeemed spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance if you choose to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin deliberations on the many items of business that we have, I would like to read a proclamation recognizing April 2023 as Reentry Month. My understanding is that we have a number of people in our audience today that support this effort, work through it, believe in it, and make a true difference in people's lives. And that we will have Hope Marshall, who is the Mecklenburg County Reentry Services Manager and Reentry Partner Chairperson of Mecklenburg County, join and be the recipient of this proclamation. So I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas Mecklenburg County receives approximately 1,200 residents returning from state and federal incarceration annually, and 11,000 people in Charlotte are under correctional supervision at any given time. Whereas formerly incarcerated people are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than those who have not been formally incarcerated, with the highest rates being those of color and women. Whereas the unemployment rate among the formerly incarcerated is 27% higher than the U.S. unemployment rate at any given point, 5 times higher than our general population. And 30 to 40% suffer from chronic disease, including diabetes, hypertension, kidney problems, lung disease, 20% have significant mental illness, and 50% suffer from substance abuse disorder. Whereas every person leaving incarceration should have housing, employment, and health care, and not be unfairly excluded from those initiatives and efforts. And whereas by focusing on prevention, reentry, and social support, we can ensure that Charlotte, your city, offers second chances and opportunities for all people. Now therefore, I, Vi Alexander Laus, Mayor of Charlotte, hereby proclaim April 2023 as Reentry Month in Charlotte and urge all of our citizens to appreciate the efforts that are being taken by so many to serve. So please come down and let me present you this proclamation. Now, we're really grateful that you've come, but we also understand that you might want to leave. I want to ask you all to stand if you're working in this area, this work, doing the hard work that's necessary. Please stand so that we can recognize you. Thank you very much. So now, we do have several items on our agenda that are public hearings. And Madam Clerk, I believe the first one for me is item number 7, the public hearing on the Charlotte Business Inclusion policy change. Do we have any speakers for this?
No speakers.
We don't have any speakers on this item. So if we don't have any speakers, do I have a motion to close? Thank you. I have a motion. We have a second. And any discussion on this motion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right, the next item that I have is a public hearing, the proposed fiscal year 2024 annual action plan for housing and community development. And we're now going to open that public hearing. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, ma'am.
We have no speakers. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? So that passes as well. The next item is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of unopened First Street and a portion of unopened Verndale Road. I hope I said that close to correctly. We are now going to open the public hearing on this closing. Do we have any speakers?
No, ma'am.
We don't have any speakers. We have a motion to close the public hearing and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. None opposed.
Action B on that dot.
We now have to go to adopt a resolution to close that portion of the street, First Street and a portion of the unopened Verndale Road. Is there a motion for B?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? That motion passes. Now we have a hearing on a resolution to close an alleyway off of Buchanan Street. Do we have any speakers?
No, ma'am.
Without any speakers, could we have a motion as well as to close the public hearing and to adopt a resolution to close the alleyway on Buchanan Street?
Close and adopt.
Second.
We have a motion to close and adopt and a second. Any discussion? Is there any discussion? All right, we don't have any discussion, so all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right, so now the next item that we have, the manager was going to have a manager's report, but that has been moved. We have to go to item 44. I have that next.
Yes.
Okay, so the manager has
I have a 30-day memo that you have in front of you. It's that time of year. We have the zoning meeting on April 17th, then the April 24th, at the council business meeting, we'll have an update from the CAF, and we'll also have an update that's related to where we are with planning. There's the budget presentation on the 1st, which would still be a council committee day. And then on the 8th, we would have the proposed, the budget, the public hearing for the proposed budget. So it's, with all that's going on, we're going to squeeze a budget in somewhere in the next 30 days, as well as a public hearing.
I think we'll have breakfast, lunch, brunch, dinner, and supper time. So the next item that we have on our agenda is item 44, is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a unit price contracts with the following companies for transit security services for an initial term of 3 years: Strategic Security Corp. And Professional Security Services, which is an MBE, and authorize the manager to renew the contracts for up to 2 one-year terms with possible price adjustments, and to amend the contracts consistent for which the purpose has been stated and approved. Do I have a motion to adopt or authorize this action on item number 44?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. We have 2 speakers that have signed up to speak. If I would like to have, you have 3 minutes for speaking. But Mr. Joseph Sordi?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so would you like to speak? If you come up to the podium right here, and you have 3...
I think it might be more prudent to speak after the other speaker.
All right, so we have a second speaker, but we have to take you in the order by which that you signed up. So our second speaker is Charles Bonenberger. Did I say that correctly? Mr. Bonenberger, would you come down? You will speak following Mr. Sordi. All right, go ahead, please introduce yourself, and we will begin.
No problem. Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished members of the council and those in attendance. My name is Joseph Sordi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Strategic Security, and I'd like to just share with you some brief points on the letter of intent that was given to our company to award us for the CAT security contract. We participated in a fair and open market competition. As a result, it was we have 21 years of experience. They were asking for police security firms to bid on this project. As I said, we have 21 years of experience. We have experience doing private sector contracts and public and transportation sector contracts with the Transportation Security Administration, and all of which, if anybody has any question on or any asks of past performance, my colleagues have documentation to substantiate any of this if it's so requested by the council. Links Transportation Services in Ocala, Seminole counties in Florida, Georgia Department of Agriculture, the Georgia Department of Administrative Services, which encompasses every state agency, the New York State Office of General Service Administration, the County of Mecklenburg. We do all of the county facilities within the entire County of Mecklenburg. In addition to that, we do the County Detention Center and the county court offices as well. And we are under contract with Goldsboro, the city of Goldsboro, the city of Asheville. And in addition to that, we also do contracts with U.S. Customs Border Patrol and with FEMA. So we have direct synergistic past performance to this contract, so we feel we're well suited to substantiate this contract. And the current incumbent, Allied Universal Security Services, they subcontract to us to perform services for them at the Niagara Frontier Transportation Authority. Furthermore, we maintain all the proper licenses in place with the Private Security Licensing Board, North Carolina, with the North Carolina Department of Justice. We have a FFL license, which enables us to authorize and issue and move weapons in and out, and to issue them to people. We have the proper insurance as well, and we attended all the conference required documents and submitted them in order. And we have, furthermore, on myself, as the Chief Executive Officer, I was a 20-year member of the NYPD. I rose through the ranks in a supervisory capacity. I rounded out my career in the Transit Division, where with the NYPD, they have 468 subway stations, servicing over 4 million riders a day. So I have distinct managerial supervision experience to well serve the people of this community and the Cash Transportation Facility. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brandenberger?
Well done, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Charlie Bonenberger. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Services for Allied Universal. I've been with that company for 15 years, and my career includes 30 years total, many of which in government service as well. Over that time, we have built a security practice of up to 45 transit systems across the country, including one that Mr. Sorty just referred. Lynx in Florida recently selected Allied Universal as its security partner. I also serve on the American Public Transportation Association Security Steering Committee, which is an organization that sets standards and policies for transit systems across the country. And lastly, I'm an associate member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, where I work with the public transportation section of that agency. And last among that, I served on the board of 2 transit systems in my career. Last Monday, we submitted to you a copy of Allied Universal's protest of CAT's award at the RFP soliciting company police services to Strategic Security Corporation. My original intent was to stand before you tonight and seek your support in that process. However, CATS has denied that protest largely on the basis of lower pricing submitted by an awardee and staffing issues that Allied Universal faced during the current contract's iteration. So instead, I'm here to share our experience and relevant information based on our unmatched experience in securing America's transit systems in the hopes that you will use that information I offer to ask CATS some hard questions as to whether this award is indeed in the best interest of the ridership, the bus and train operators, and the general public, and how CATS expects the awardee to succeed. One of the reasons CATS declined our protest seemingly relates to the difficulty we've had in staffing police officer positions while servicing the contract. It's no secret to anyone that since 2020, police agencies across the country have been struggling to recruit officers. The combination of record numbers of retirements, a lack of people interested in policing, ballooning wages in the labor market since the pandemic has created unprecedented problems with staffing. CMPD itself is no stranger to this fact. Their starting salary is $52,000, which is $25 an hour annualized, and they offer $7,500 signing bonuses, state and county retirement benefits, 401ks, and educational benefits, and so on. While recent unemployment reports indicate some relief on this front, it's unlikely the situation will improve in the immediate future, particularly given a recent survey from the Police Executive Forum estimating that retirements will increase 47% this year, above last year's historic numbers. Since 2020 and as recent as November 2022, Allied Universal has repeatedly engaged CATS leadership about staffing concerns, primarily based on wages. In November, we provided a 13-page report providing in great detail wage analysis from staffing's multiple independent sources, showing CATS that in order to address the police staffing shortages, we needed wage adjustments. At that time, the data showed the average pay rate for a police officer in this market environment was at $31.60 an hour. Also, that analysis, we indicated that with our resources and recruiting capacity, we could sufficiently operate with a $25 wage until the rebid. Instead, after...
Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask each of you if you would mind just taking a seat close by. I'm going to ask Mr. Cagle to come and help us sort out what these issues are, and if you would just, Mr. Cagle, would you come to the podium? I see that we have a recommendation, and I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand the question either, but good evening. My name is Brent Cagle. I'm interim CEO. Let me say this, there was a process conducted. It was an open RFP, so there was a competition on this. And clearly there were many qualified firms that proposed, Allied being one of them. However, that being said, they were not selected. We decided to select we being the City of Charlotte, the panel that conducted the RFP evaluations, opted to select Strategic Security Corporation and Professional Security Services. Now, one thing to note about this, two things to note about this. One is it is increasing our spend on security services overall. Currently, we spend about $7 million a year on security contracted services, and this will increase that by 50% with another planned 50% increase in 2025. So ultimately doubling our resources, our security resources. The other thing about the contract is it splits it into the two elements of security services. One is armed, or what we call corporate police, so they are armed security providers. And the other, which is actually equally important, provided by professional security services, are unarmed security guards. I will also say that professional security services has previously served the city as an MBE subcontractor, but this gave them, by splitting this contract, it gives them the opportunity to move into the prime contractor position, which I think is another benefit of this arrangement as we move forward. But like I said, I don't want to cast dispersions on any of the proposals. We had a lot of great proposals, as RFPs you would expect. But ultimately, the panel really felt like the best choice for the city as we start to move forward with our security contract needs was to split this contract and move forward with Strategic Security Corp and professional security services.
All right. I have Ms. Mayfield followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cagle, just for clarification, because you just shared that one of the companies identified for this proposal that was recommended is armed, the other is unarmed. I have a question regarding the armed. What exactly is this organization's jurisdiction and or authority? Because I'm just, for clarification and for full transparency, I have concern, even though this is something that's been done for a while, having armed individuals out there and having a private military / law enforcement when we have law enforcement. So help me understand exactly what does that mean to our community?
So many of our armed personnel, and David Moskowitz, our safety and security coordinator, is here to help me with some of this, but many of our armed personnel are law enforcement officers, and they can assist us when needed, when you need a higher level of enforcement is required along the line.
So I'm not going to make an assumption. I would need a little bit more information. I'm not going to get it tonight prior to us having this discussion, but it would be helpful for me to know that these former and or retired law enforcement officers, to make sure that they are not individuals who may have had any challenges in other communities, because what we don't need to see is what we've seen across the nation, and that's individuals who were removed and or fired or encouraged to move on in their communities because of their interaction with the residents, ending up here and being paid, and there being an incident with our residents where they might not feel protected and supported, especially when we do have Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department because of a joint collaboration that the city and the county did years ago. It would be helpful to know also, Mr. Manager, the transparency level. What is the community's interaction as far as if something happens within CMPD, we immediately need to report to the community. We have a civil service board, we have other things. What is the mechanism that's in place if there were to be an incident with any of these individuals to make sure that council is aware as well as the community? Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
So Ms. Mayfield, my concern here is some of the questions that you pose, and this is something that I've pulled on multiple occasions throughout the years. It's one of those times where I advocate to put more resources into CMPD to deal with this issue of safety and security on our transit systems. For those of you that are not familiar, North Carolina law allows for corporate police forces, right? These are state-sanctioned police agencies that are privately held that have the policing powers of police force within their defined jurisdiction. In this case, it would be on our transit lines. They have to pass the state certifications that all police officers have to, all police departments have to do in order to operate. But our CMPD, our local law enforcement entities go far above and beyond our state regulations. Our local law enforcement are also accountable to us on a public body. Those corporate police forces are not accountable to anybody besides their business models, right? So they would in fact be a contractor, right? And they don't come and answer to the city council or the county commission or the sheriff or the chief of police. So that's where I've often had a problem with this. There's a uniform, I also recognize there's a uniform feeling amongst just about all the stakeholders in this community that I've heard from, that we need to promote a stronger feeling of safety and security on along our transit routes. That's for riders, that's for operators, and staff as well. I've also heard over the years a uniform feeling amongst stakeholders that our corporate police models are unsatisfactory for providing this sense of safety and security on our transit routes. I hear it from transit riders, right, to say that whatever's happening, and we've heard it from our bus operators as well, that whatever service we're employing isn't working. I've heard it from advocates for homelessness, for those that work with people living unhoused and dealing with mental health issues, right? That these corporate police, again, they have no fidelity to the conversations and the tactics and techniques that we have been exploring as a community, right? Where we are trying to operate from different first response models, right? They are not subject to our Safe Charlotte policies and our initiatives, for instance. I've talked to the courts, and they often are dealing with people that come in contact with these corporate police forces on our transit routes, but they are taking up time and space and resources for our courts because they often present evidence, police reports that are unprosecutable, right? They're not dealing with the root cause of the problem. The answer that I always hear is that we can't afford to deal with this from a CMPD budget. We don't have the amount of people, but I would argue again that even CMPD is saying that for some of these issues that we face, we should not be using some of the law enforcement efforts that these corporate police are going to utilize. So I don't trust that spending more money on a service that hasn't been shown to work is the answer to providing a greater sense of safety and security on our transit system. I also don't think bringing in a contractor for policing that removes a level of accountability in a system where we are struggling to deviate who is actually accountable for that system is the way to go. So again, I am going to vote against this, and my suggestion is that we work with our local law enforcement and CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Sheriff to finally figure out how to provide a service that actually does ensure the safety and security that is necessary for a dependable transit system, both on our buses and in our transit centers and trains. Thank you.
All right. Any other? Ms. Watlington, followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to confirm something because what Mr. Winston has just said in regards to the accountability piece is very important, right? So I don't know if the correct person to ask is you, Mr. Cagle, or if it's to ask one of our previous representatives that was up here representing professional services.
Mr. Sordy.
Strategic security,
Yes.
thank you.
Please come to the podium, and Ms. Watlington would like to address a question. You can go to both, and that way you may.
Fabulous. So I just would like to dig into this conversation around authority and accountability. Who specifically are these officers? And I recognize that you were standing here in regards to the unarmed contract, but I'm leaning on your
No,
expertise.
regard to the armed contract.
Okay, perfect. Can you speak to the accountability piece? Who do these corporate police officers report to, and who are they accountable to in terms of their conduct?
Currently, right now, as the process goes on after award, where we'd be sitting with the security manager for the CATS project, and these will all be steps that would be addressed within that post-award. The accountability piece, what is the progressive discipline model? What do we do when we come in contact with unhoused persons? What is the enforcement action that's to be done? In addition to that, I echo Mr. Wilson's sentiment that, yes, there is a disparative level of training when it comes to different companies like that. But fortunately, we have been the stopgap in that because of my past performance and my managerial team that has well over probably 1,000 years of policing and military experience, more policing within urban economic areas and crime-ridden areas. And so we understand that. I will tell you, as a former law enforcement officer, the greatest challenges I had to deal with were not only those challenges, were personal challenges. There were personal challenges coming home to my family after seeing a child stuffed into a microwave. There was, where there was sexual assault that happens. So these are all things that I take that I would never want my officers to ever feel again. And I take these things and we put them into training sessions. And we have in-house training, service training. We have in-service training. There'll be training platforms where we'll try and work it out with the CATS security and management team to conduct them on downtimes, on rider downtimes, and actual platforms so that there's familiarity. Because the last things we want is any type of negative contact with the public. And also, we do have a grievance and a tip line so that if anybody comes in, and we'd be more than welcome to share that information.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you, in accompaniment with that, what is the connection or accountability for performance management? Is it?
Yeah, so as any contractor, we set the tone of how the contractor conducts their business on our behalf. We also understand that, number one, we understand that our riders and our operators need to feel safe and secure when they're on the line, and part of that is having security contractors on board. We also understand that given the nature of this contract, between the armed and the unarmed, there are about 220 personnel, about 50-50. We do work with CMPD, but we don't believe they have the resources to dedicate roughly 100 officers to the transit line, to our needs. And the other thing I'll say is David Moskowitz, who is right over here, understands that dealing with the public is important to understand what their needs are. There are some members of the public that need mental health help. There are some members of the public who are unhoused and they need a different approach. And so we are trying to approach this in many different ways. Yes, with armed security. Yes, with unarmed security, and also through other personnel who we call ambassadors. And ambassadors are there to help with situations that don't require security. They're not security personnel, but they're there to help the rider, whatever their issues may be. That was a pilot program that we started last year. It's been very successful. And together, these three programs, we think, will change what passengers what their belief is about how we secure the system and provide excellent customer service. I won't disagree with you, sir. I'm sure that you have heard that in the past we may have struggled. We are working to change that and to bring in the appropriate response where necessary and having all options on the table so that we can address, you know, all those situations, because there are situations that arise where our customers or our operators, they need a corporate police response. They need a sworn response or a armed response. We want to avoid those, but they do occur.
Thank you. And just as one more follow-up question, and I see Mr. Ratliff in the building, so I don't know which one of you would prefer to answer, but when it comes to your training, you mentioned a lot about your training and your standards. Is there a connection between your policies and standards and our state criminal justice? Like if you had to compare what our state agencies or our police officers are trained against versus what you're training, are they comparable or is there a difference?
Correct. Like the gentleman said, the policies and standards are set by the state. They go through the training by the state that's set forth by the state. And then it goes to each department throughout the state. If you go to Goldsboro, if you go to Asheville, wherever you go, each state, the Mecklenburg County, every entity will then add their own flavor or add things that basically their constituents are facing. And that's exactly what we do here. We work with CATS personnel, with David Moskowitz, their security director, and say, what are the struggles? What are the pain points that your ridership has felt? Work with everybody on the city council to say, where have you heard these grievances? What are the stopgaps? As the gentleman stated about the ambassador program, you know, referral cards, maybe the homeless outreach programs, or some type of synergistic relationship. These are things that are roundtable discussions that we will have a monthly meeting on to kind of continuously combat. There is no one-stop solution to policing in America. There is none. And I would be a fool to sit here and say that we're going to come in and we're going to solve all the problems. We're not. But what I am telling you here is that, you know, I am the owner of the company, and I am here pledging my commitment, and I'm sitting here. I'm not 50,000 miles away someplace else. I'm here before you to say I'm putting my reputation on the line, and my reputation stands because this is what we're here to do. We're here to do the best we possibly can, and also to try and protect the riders and also to protect the officers as well, because we also set up a program where our officers could have professional development and professional counseling, where our officers could then, you know, as they experience these things or they come in contact with people, how could they have done this better?
Thank you. Thank you. That answers my two questions.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So, one, I appreciate that we are stepping up our investment in security. I think the public is concerned after reports about safety on public transportation. So all on board with that. There are actually two questions, I guess, here tonight. One of them was the selection of the contractors, which was contested, I believe, by one of the speakers. So I would just say on that one, I support the process and the people who made those selections. And therefore, if that's the question, I'm in favor of going with the recommendation. But the other question is the issue of armed guards. Do we have any armed security now, Mr. Cagle?
Yes. This is not a change in how we approach security. This is splitting one contract that includes both into two contracts, but this is not a change in our approach. It is an increase in personnel and a splitting of the existing contract.
So the issues about armed security are well-traveled, as it were. How long have we had armed security?
Over 10 years.
Because I thought some of the questions that were raised tonight were actually very valid, and I'm not sure I know the answers to them. Do they wear body cameras?
Do they wear body cameras? No, they do not, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess if we're doing this, and this is not the occasion to change our minds about doing this, really, like that's a policy question and this is a contract question. But I am, in response to the questions that were already asked by a couple of my colleagues, concerned about that situation where there is a lethal encounter between an armed security guard and somebody in the transit system, given the sensitivity about interactions between armed police officers.
We can certainly look at that. I will also point out that on our vehicles, light rail and buses, and at our stations, there are many, not just one or two, there are many security cameras across our system, on board, around the vehicles, on the platforms. So I don't disagree with you. It's something we can talk to the contractor about with body-worn cameras, but there are also many video devices across our system.
So if there were body-worn cameras, for example, would all the provisions in state law related to the video from those cameras in the event of an incident be applicable? Would a judge then control the release of the video? How would all that work? Do we know?
I do not know, sir.
We would have to get some legal review because that is definitely a legal process for us.
So, again, I believe tonight the question is a contract question for an existing service. So in that sense, I'm prepared to support the recommendation, but I would like, if possible, a memo from legal clarifying what our understanding is currently about possible engagements of armed guards with members of the public.
All right. Mr. Attorney, you've got that?
I do.
All right. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my line of questioning is similar to Councilmember Drake's in reference to one, understanding that there's a contract issue in front of us that we are hearing, and then secondly, again, the comments of Councilmember Mayfield and Drake and Winston goes notice. 10 years, so this is nothing new, right, in terms of armed guards on our transit lines. Is this similar practices throughout transit lines throughout the country? We're not unusual in this, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And many have their own transit police that's different from their local municipalities.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. And have there been any major incidents in the last 10 years noteworthy of record where there was a major?
An officer involved incident type of thing? No, sir. No, sir.
I think we ought to certainly dot I's and cross T's in terms of close accountabilities as we move forward. Again, this is a continuing practice, not a new one. I think having more officers makes more opportunities for something to happen, right? More people on the ground, more people doing the policing may involved in more encounters. But certainly it goes without saying that over the last couple of years, we've noticed a need for enhanced security, both in terms of those who are riding our transit, our buses, and those who work for our transit system. So I'll be supporting it, but certainly would love to get that memo back from the attorney and would love to have regular check-ins from staff and the providers, especially in training and notwithstanding the cameras, body cameras, I mean, those things that can enhance public safety and public accountability.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I do know Professional Security Services, the MBE, and I know Lee is here. So, Mr. Ratliff, I have a couple of questions because here it says.
Be careful, take your time.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
How's everyone?
Lee, welcome. In a note we have here, it said we're going to increase the number of unarmed guards and provides a shift in security posture by increasing the number. So can you explain your role? I think that's the part of the contract you were awarded, the unarmed guards.
That is correct. So professional police services and professional security services have been in existence in this city and operating since 2000. So on June the 1st, we will hit our 24th year. There's some questions that you had in regards to the company police. The question that you had, Council Wallington, is what about accountability? Each company police agency has accountability to the state of North Carolina. It falls out of the Attorney General's office, and it's a company police administrator. Any officer that has a complaint rises to the level, have to answer to the company police administrator. Every law enforcement officer in the state of North Carolina falls up under criminal justice and standards or the sheriff's standards. So those are the two entities that govern us. So if an officer is misbehaving, there's a way you can file a complaint with the company police administrator, as well as you go directly with criminal justice standards. They have their own set of investigators that will come in and investigate, just like the SBI investigate law enforcement, officers involved shootings and things of that nature. They have the power to do that. So I hope that answers your question, but we just can't put policing out here on the streets and not have the proper systems in place to make sure that we hold our officers or all officers accountable. So there is a mechanism for that.
Thank you.
Okay? As it relates to security, armed security, there's a standard. It's set by North Carolina Private Protective Service Board. The security officers in the state of North Carolina, if they're armed, have to pass the same training that law enforcement passes in the state. And one thing most people don't understand is for armed security officers to be armed, they have to shoot the same course of fire as a police agency, as a police officer in the state. Their standards are even higher. Most law enforcement agencies standard, the minimum standard is a 70% accuracy with your firearm. Security officers have to shoot at 80% standard. The reason why I know this is because I am a firearms instructor, not only for law enforcement, but for security as well. And I've been doing that since I was with CMPD, which is over almost 30 years ago. Okay? So I've been doing this quite a while. As it relates to the unarmed security or in the armed part, professional police and security services has been providing armed security for the county for the last 14 years. We've seen a lot of companies come and go, but one thing is consistent is that our company has been selected over and over again and provide those levels of service. So we've been doing it a while. So yes, it is very important that we put the efforts into the training. And it is very important that folks who are going to take on this role focus on training, not just the when to shoot, when not to shoot, de-escalation, all of those come in the same play. We train our officers to the exact same standards as CMPD. That's my background, that's what I know. My wife just retired after 30 years with CMPD as a captain in the busiest district in the city of Charlotte, which is the University Division. So we know how to police. We know how to do it right. And we get compliments from everyone in all the places we go and we provide service. It is very important that we do this right. And we are very committed to making sure that we focus on some of the things that Mr. Braxton said, is make sure we don't have situations where officers overreact and we get ourselves in a situation where we become at foes with the general public. We're here to serve the public, you know. We believe in that commitment to the public. We believe in accountability to the public. And so, yes, it's very important that we put the right mechanisms in place and making sure that we have the proper training. So every security officer that works for PSS that sponsors on this contract will be trained to the same standards as CMPD. We will do de-escalate, even if they're unarmed, they will still be trained in de-escalation training. They will be trained to all the same things that we do at CMPD. And again, we've adopted that model. We've had it for years, and we do the same level of training. So if someone says that the company's out here that's doing this work, I think someone asked, what about officers that are bad actors, that have gotten in trouble in other agencies, and they end up in private police? That does happen. Okay? But the thing about the state and the thing that they've really done since the riots is they really went back and looked at providing a database that we have to submit names to so that those bad actors, when they come up for certification, criminal justice and standards can deny that, which keeps those officers from being back on the street. So there's mechanisms in place. Most people don't know that, but it is there. And the governor's done a great job in putting those things in place. And so I say that to you guys is that I don't want you to give up on company police. I don't want you to give up on private security because there's a role we all play. But again, we have to know exactly what our role is, and we have to do exactly, stay in our lane and do exactly what we're trained to do.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lee, thank you for that insight and input, not only for the training and having the training be right aligned with CMPD training, so the caliber of the training is high, but also the training as it relates to de-escalation and sensitivity around how certain opportunities could potentially get hot really fast and get out of line.
Right.
And so the fact that your staff is trained on that and aware of that, and that's a practice within your business, really makes this a very good opportunity. I would also say that for District 1, as we as a city continue to try and push public transit and transportation to allow safe ways to commute, to work, for home, and to play, I continue to hear that safety is an issue that looms in the minds of the constituents of District 1. They want to participate in public transportation, but some of them just are so fearful due to safety issues. And so, Mr. Cagle, your three-pronged approach of having armed guards, unarmed guards, and more importantly, ambassadors that can help navigate certain situations for our constituents and our rider community, I think is the right way to go. We need to increase safety. We need for constituents to really, truly believe that our public transportation network is safe overall. And so I support this contractual process. I agree with Mr. Driggs that we have a group, a body that has gone through this process. I want to honor that process. But as it relates to the procedures that we've all been talking about, I think it's always great for us to revisit these procedures and sharpen our pencils around the practice and have regular updates on it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I want to echo my colleague's comments in saying that, Mr. Cagle, I know, first of all, I have to continue to commend you for taking on the hard work of taking over the CATS organization. That is not an easy job, and I am absolutely grateful for you having the courage and the tenacity to take us from where we were to where we will go. And so I think this is a great first step for the people that we represent in Charlotte to say that we hear you, that we're listening to you, and that we want to make our CAT service the safest that we possibly can. I think that increased ridership, like my colleague was just saying, having someone feel safe using our CATS buses is something that, we can deliver through the service. And not to mention, our brave men and women that help us to protect our residents here. They have their own deficiencies. And so I don't know if you're able to even answer, like, if, let's say hypothetically, this was something that we wanted to award them, like, would we even have the capacity to sustain that right now in our current workforce in CMPD? And I don't want to make an abstract question. This is something that I can, get the information for offline, but, having the increased information around, the training that's similar to what we offer to our officers is very heartening, and I'm glad to know. And I'm sorry, what was your name again? Mr. Ratliff, thank you so much for your words, because that was just really, didn't he envelop that very well? I mean, the way that you enveloped that information was enough to really, if I was unsettled, before you spoke, I think with your words, it kind of sealed, I trust the people that we've hired to do the jobs. We can't do it all. We make decisions with, provided the information that they give to us, and they all work very hard. This is a large organization, and in order for us to do it effectively, we have to trust their decision-making. And so hearing you and the way that you enveloped that really helped to frame, what we can expect from your organization and from, the subcontracting piece of this. So thank you so much for your time. And to your wife, thank you for your service. I'm like smiling when I heard that officer, and I was like, wow, yeah, go. Lady power. So thank you so much for your service, ma'am. And thank you also, sir, for your service to our community.
All right, everyone has had an opportunity to speak, everyone around the dais. So
We had a new speaker that.
I'm sorry.
We had a new speaker that was present.
We don't get to,
I know, but every member of council has had a chance to speak. And so we can, am I called the question?
I'm not sure what the question
The
is.
question is,
You call the question, everybody's spoken.
Yes, if someone's making a motion to call the question.
I'll move to call the question.
Second.
we have a motion, do I have to take a vote on that, Mr.
You do.
Attorney? Thank you, Miss Attorney. No,
problem,
plus
just call
one
me
over
Esquire.
there. All right, we have a call to call the question. All in favor, please.
I hate to have a question about the question, but,
What?
so are we saying we don't want any more discussion about this topic?
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, I struggle when we cut off debate. I really do. I mean, we don't need to go to 11 o'clock tonight, but if it's healthy debate round the dais, I think we always should encourage. That's just my comment, that's all.
Okay. We have a motion to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion fails then. All right? So we-
Madam Mayor, you'll need to
And
call for the
oppose,
motion.
all of those opposed to calling the question, please raise your hand.
That's what it says.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a tie vote, Mr. Baker?
it doesn't have 6.
Ms. Ajmer.
Somebody's,
Where is she?
Ms. Ajmer is a yes vote.
Oh, so she's out of this, so she is a yes vote.
Yeah, that's
More
five.
than 5.
For both questions. For the first question, for,
You need 3/4 to call
excuse
the
us.
question.
So we did not have, I think, a tie vote, would I guess? We did
So
not
you
have-
actually need 2/3 to pass the motion. So we have 9 members, so 2/3 is 6. And you don't have 6 votes. So the motion fails.
All right, thank you. All right.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought everybody had.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem
Mr. Lee, Mr.
Ratliff.
Ratliff.
Slow.
So as Mr. Ratliff makes his way down, I would just, again, words matter. These are not people that we hire. These are people that we contract. And those are two very different terms. We are not hiring corporate police. We are contracting with corporate police. Very, very, very different relationship that exists between contractors and employees, which is actually the crux of
People that we work for.
No, they don't work for us.
I'm talking about our employees.
Yeah, our employees would work for us, but our contractors don't.
I know, but I was talking about we hired Brent
Melina, I
Cagle to do
think
it.
he had the floor, so.
It's very important. So, Mr. Ratliff.
Yes, sir.
I think you know very well, right? Police training is not a static thing, it's a dynamic thing, something that changes
Yes, sir.
time to time. You made a big statement that your firm meets or exceeds CMPD training. How can you assure us of that?
Well, I spent 13 years with CMPD. I work very closely with them. I know exactly how they train, and I want to be the best because Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police is one of the best agencies in this country, and I model that. So Chief Jennings and I went through rookie school together. We're very close. I make sure that our officers, when they introduce something, my wife was a captain at CMPD. She brings it home, we evaluate it, and then we look at ways that we can implement some of those practices in our agency. That's what we do.
So does your agency use CMPD in our training facilities to train your staff?
No, CMPD does not train my staff, okay? What we do is we contract with other law enforcement agencies, through the community colleges. I don't have the budget that CMPD has, okay? But what I will tell you is that we find other ways to get it done using the same level of standards. Now, some of the same instructors that we use in our organization, myself being an instructor, have been an instructor for a long time. We all go through the same research training that we have, all instructors in the state of North Carolina has to go through. So the standards, a lot of the training is pretty much uniform throughout the state of North Carolina.
Throughout the state of North Carolina, but I would, again, beg my colleagues to understand what the standards of our CMPD, they far exceed most, if not every, state standard. That's why many police departments from around the state contract with our CMPD to do their training. because you can't find the level of training that our CMPD provides pretty much anywhere in the state, because it far exceeds it. So when we're saying that they're being held accountable to state administrators, please believe that in many, if not most or all of those cases, those standards are going to be below the standards that we set for our CMPD. So while it might sound good, and the delivery was great, which business people are supposed to do to run successful businesses, I don't have any way to trust and verify that those standards that we contract will meet, let alone exceed, the standards that are set for our employees. And again, I would encourage us to not go forward with this contract and use local law enforcement entities that we can hold accountable to help to provide the safety and security that is necessary to run a transit system.
Okay.
We have Ms. Ajmera.
Yes, thank you. I was listening the whole time, so I did not miss anything. I just want to add a couple of things. First, I echo what Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Molina said, that there is a concern among riders about safety, and I appreciate the work that Mr. Cagle is doing to address the concerns. We have heard loud and clear in one of our public forums that not just riders, but our operators do not feel safe while operating our bus system. And we need to do everything in our power to protect our employees. So I support the recommendations that's in front of us. And I also want to highlight and just appreciate the work Mr. Ratliff does, and especially Mrs. Ratliff, for really showing how we can work collaboratively to protect our employees and our riders. This is not the time where we debate policy issues. I think this is a time where we really need to address the contract that is in front of us. So I'll be fully supporting it. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Ratliff, I want to say thank you for the clarification. Mr. Cagle, I will echo my colleagues' sentiments with you stepping into this role. You have been playing catch up very well. I definitely have concerns when it comes to armed guards, even though I know this is something that we have done for a while. The fact that for me, that it is best practices across the nation isn't necessarily a selling point for me, because we're watching the privatization of law enforcement across the nation. I will say that asking the question of staff regarding have we had any incidences in our community, that is very important for me to hear. For our city attorney, it will be helpful for you to bring language back that has been requested sooner rather than later, because the request that's in front of us is for a multi-year approval for A and B, with giving the city manager the ability to extend these particular contracts. I appreciate the fact that we have broken the contracts out and we now have a vendor who would have been a sub now stepping into the opportunity to be a prime. Yes, I have some concerns that I would like for us to address as a council, but I will say for tonight's discussion, I appreciate the discussion. Although I have concerns regarding the weapons piece specifically, I will be supporting my colleagues if they choose to move forward with this particular contract for A and B. I do want staff to bring back the information that we requested sooner rather than later, so that when we have this conversation again, it's not a brand new conversation. We have it with full transparency. So did you need that in a form of a motion, Madam Mayor?
Second.
So The official motion is to approve.
We already have a motion on the
Okay.
floor to
Well-
approve it.
I missed it.
I thought we had a motion
And a
to
second?
call the question.
And a
I
second.
don't know that we have a motion on the substance.
Oh, I thought
No, we
had-
voted,
no,
we voted.
Discussion if there was no motion on the
We had
floor.
to call a question vote. I don't think we voted.
Right, we
No,
didn't
we
vote
put the
on the
motion-
motion because we
Madam
had.
Clerk, let's let our clerk, who has the record.
A motion on the floor to approve action A and B was made by Councilmember Watlington and seconded by Councilmember Anderson.
Oh,
Okay.
All in favor?
So we have a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation of A and B. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Okay.
All right, anyone opposed? All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, after item 44, that was the last consent item that we had, so we will now get ready to go to our business agenda. And the first one is item 12. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County for the Eastland Redevelopment Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreement funded through incremental city and county property taxes, and to authorize the manager or his designee to negotiate and execute agreements?
A and B.
All right, we have a motion, I think, from Ms. Molina, and a second from Mr. Driggs, or Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, so we have a motion on the floor. We're opening this up for discussion. Is there any discussion? All right.
She can go.
Why don't we start with Ms. Ajmira?
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity to highlight the work that Tracy's team, Ms. Dodson, and her team is doing to really collaborate with our county. Because to build a catalyst on that site that we have promised and to build a destination point that we had promised to our residents on the east side, it is going to take city and county working together. So I appreciate the work that's been done. And I look forward to seeing a destination point that is truly something that our residents will be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll be quick.
We've been having this conversation for a long time, and Eastland has gone through multiple representation on a district level as well as at-large level, so I'm glad that we are finally moving forward with this interlocal agreement with the county and look forward to seeing what comes before us regarding recommendations of this development. I would like to encourage staff to work with our partners. I actually had a meeting earlier today with one of the representatives with Target and learned of some of the things that they have been working on. I have some concerns with how we're moving forward with conversations with some partners, and there's not consistency in what information is being shared as far as giving a week or 2 weeks' notice on any updates or changes, not necessarily having clear direction of what it is that we're looking for, but yet if a proposal is made, we have had a couple of proposals regarding this space where once the proposals come to us, staff has said, no, that's not what I wanted. But hasn't clearly stated what it is that we are looking for, so we've gotten a couple of proposals. I want to make sure that now that we're getting steps and we have this interlocal agreement with the county, if this moves forward tonight, that there is clear direction of what the expectation is from the city as well as our partner in the county, since we are in this together, of what we want to see at this site, and to give that direction to our partners who are attempting to bring development in the area, especially when that development has a clear commitment to the community that is extremely diverse, that's going to be benefiting the most from the impact of these years of discussions and millions of dollars of investment. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Graham?
Just want to support the agenda item. Councilmember Moreno and I had the opportunity to attend the Mecklenburg County Economic Development Committee earlier last month. Constant communication and conversation with them. I think this is a giant step in the right direction that keeps the initiative moving forward. Obviously, there's a lot happening at Eastland since the groundbreaking of last year, and this continues to move the ball in the right direction.
All All right, we're hearing from the district representative, Ms. Molina.
Bring us home. Bring us home.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. First of all, I think I'm echoing the sentiments of my colleagues here. I think, as I've told the people who elected me to sit in this seat and serve them, I think it's clear that everyone on our council feels a connection to the Eastland project. Those of us who are new, myself and, Councilmember Anderson, we've even spoken about this. I think, because she's technically East Side too, so, a lot, even us, the newer members, but I've lived there as well. So I think we all feel connected to the outcome of Eastland. I want to say a heartfelt thank you to our county commission. My counterpart, Commissioner Mark Jarrell, is absolutely committed to this, and he's been a great partner. We're in constant contact. We communicate regularly around what our citizens are communicating to us and how we can amplify their voices in our respective roles. And Tracy, Todd, thank you for your work. And just to make sure that I lift up and acknowledge the concern of my colleague in saying that, if there is transparency that's said to be missing, I'm hoping that we can make sure that that's not a sentiment that we continue to hear. If there's questions, I want to make sure that people have the answers to their questions. We have an impending meeting that people have constantly asked me about, and I don't know what to expect. The only thing I know what to expect is, what we'll have in front of us at that time. And I have made a promise, and I'm sure all my colleagues are committed to that same promise, because it's not just me, it will be the body that decides how we move forward and when, but we'll decide on the highest and best use for the, the additional portion of that property. But this CIP is a great opportunity to make sure that the project continues to move on time and maintains its current budget. So I'm grateful to our county partners, our city staff. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
So I believe those are all the people that have signed up to or want to be recognized. So we have a motion on the floor, and all in favor of the item 12, please raise your hands. All right, I believe that's unanimous, but just to be sure, is there anyone opposed? No one's opposed. The next item on our agenda is item 13, Low-Income Energy Efficiency Home Rehabilitation Pilot Program. Is there a motion to approve the use of up to $1 million from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for home rehabilitation services in support of a low-income energy efficiency home rehabilitation pilot program in partnership with Duke Energy, and authorizing the manager as its designee to execute this contract? Do I have a motion?
Second.
Ms. Molina made the motion, and Ms. Ajmira seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes, I just want to highlight this program that we have. This will be in partnership with Duke Energy to address energy burden on many families. You probably hear from several of our residents, at least I have heard throughout my tenure on the council, where utility bills, especially electric bills, are over $500, where it places very high burden on families who live on a fixed income. And this program will help those residents to stay in housing while continue to make energy efficient repairs in partnership with Duke. And this is while our contribution is $1 million, Duke is contributing $4 million towards this program. So we are really leveraging partnership to ensure that we are helping more families. So I think this is a great partnership. I hope to continue to see more of this. I also want to highlight Sarah's work on this. Sarah has been at this, and to continue to ensure that we do not miss a beat on our CAP goals. So thank you, sir.
All right, any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. I believe that's unanimous. Is there anyone in opposition? All right, no one in opposition. The next item is recommended uses for American Rescue Plan Act funds. For item 14, is there a motion to approve the use up to $1.5 $550 million from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for small business and entrepreneurship support as follows: up to $750,000 for a diversity, equity, and inclusion-focused early-stage entrepreneurship accelerator, and up to $800,000 for small business ecosystem strategy. And B, approve the use of up to $1.7 million from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for Corridors of Opportunity program as follows: up to $1 million for commercial district organizational support, up to $200,000 for a mobile symphony project by the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra, and then the next one is up to $500,000 to support permanent workspaces for local creatives, and authorize the manager or his designee to execute the necessary contracts and documents. Is there a motion?
Adopt and approve.
We have a motion from Ms. Molina and a second from Mr. Graham. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? So the vote was unanimous. All right, we are deferred item 15, so the next item is item 16. Is there a motion to approve the purchase of up to 4.5 acres? A parcel identification number is included in the materials at 5342 Regan Drive and from 5350 Regan Drive. The economy and budget in motel sites in the amount of $4.2 million from Rising Tides LLC and Mara Enterprise LLC for the redevelopment of the property. Authorizing the city manager to accept funds from the Foundation for the Carolinas in the amount of $1 million toward this initiative. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute any documents necessary to complete the transaction, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $1 million from the Foundation for the Carolinas to the General Capital Projects Fund. And that is the complete motion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Ms. Anderson made the motion and Ms. Molina seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? All right, Mr. Driggs.
I'll just say briefly, I appreciate the motives for this. I think it's very expensive, and I'm concerned about paying $1 million an acre for land in that condition at that location. And I just personally feel there are better solutions to this problem and better ways to spend that amount of money, so I will not be supporting this.
I have to apologize, Mr. Driggs. I should have recognized that Miss Marjorie Parker would like to speak on, is Miss Parker here? Yeah, she's here. Miss Parker. And an additional speaker is Miss Lewis, Miss April Lewis. So we have two speakers to speak on this item. You have 3 minutes each to speak. Now I have three. Help me with names here.
Marjorie Parker.
All right, Ms. Parker and Ms. Lewis.
Here I go.
Ms. Lewis here. And are you going to have and the lady standing next to you, Ms. Parker, are you also going to speak?
Ms. Henderson.
I know, but I just want to make sure. I don't want to, mess this up at all.
Moral support.
I know. Okay. Moral support. Don't scare me coming down the steps. Charlene, I thought you were going to speak, so I'm sorry. All right, so Ms. Parker first. Okay, now, wait a minute, we have to get the photo.
Okay.
Ms. Parker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I am Marjorie Parker, President of the Hidden Valley Community Association. I would like to thank the council for allowing me the opportunity to speak briefly. I also want to thank the Hidden Valley residents for coming out, for Cedric Dean of SAVE for transporting us seniors to the Government Center. We are here to request that you vote for the approval of the purchasing of the Economy Inn and Budget Motel on Reagan Drive. We would like to see this near empty motel purchased, secured, and demolished. The Hidden Valley residents have endured the crime on Sugar Creek and Reagan Drive for decades. In fact, because of our exasperation, we partnered with several churches and had a prayer march on MLK Day, January 16th of 2023. So we are waiting for God to work this out. On this property, we would like to see single-family townhomes, maybe a sprinkling of a grocery store, but right now, we want this motel gone. You would not believe what we have seen as seniors as we pass this property. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Parker. All right, Ms. Lewis?
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm here basically with a curious lens and hopefully to influence decisions with basically asking some questions that I hope you guys take into consideration. After hearing, definitely we have our senior members in that area. Part of the questions that I have, where are the actual current residents of the hotel being housed as the transition is going to happen? And is this something that we're going to consider for future corridors or opportunities that are at risk for this same type of revitalization? I also wonder how will housing solutions be created without causing displacements? Hearing the frustrations from the community and also understanding that there are several factors that need to be addressed with whatever is created in this area. Excuse me. I also want to ask, does leadership consider what Charlotte can look like without a cycle of gentrification and corporate housing greed? I do hear the concerns of what's needed in that area, but I also do want to raise that this would be an area that would be primed for more gentrification, pushing out other residents that actually are trying to stay there, namely these seniors. I also want to ask, who are the community leaders being consulted and representing people living in the area? That is definitely a main concern of mine. I am trying to get the research on it, but if that information could be public, that would be great. I also want to ask, how will disparities regarding criminal justice be addressed during this process? We also know that this area is ripe for a lot of issues with crime, but also what we bring there, even if it is housing, are we going to take into account how many individuals are actually affected or are we not able to access housing because of criminal activity that does increase activity just to survive, I'll say that. Will we also have housing developed within this area and other opportunities of corridors be open to individuals with criminal records? I personally feel like if we are addressing housing that has a main concern of being able to survive, we have to have access for these individuals with criminal records and other barriers that force them into hotels, not just highlighting the crime, but also individuals that actually live in these hotels. I also wonder, will disabled citizens and seniors have ADA access to future proposals for this area? Since I don't live there, I don't want to say what's necessary, but I do also know disabled seniors and senior residents do need to be brought into this conversation. Lastly, how will health disparities be addressed, specifically on mental health and drug usage? We do know the area of and what happens there, but we're not taking into the mindset and who is actually working to change the mindset of the area and the people in the area so we can actually have a long-lasting improvement and crime reduction while housing individuals. For me, these are just things that I hope that you bring into the discussion when we think about what amount of money is going to be put into this area. It is necessary. It shouldn't be a question on why. It should be how effective will it be, and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, I just want you to know that all of those questions are so very pertinent, not just to this initial matter tonight. These are the questions that this council asks and try to really resolve on every affordable housing effort that we make, every time we take an effort towards the corridors of opportunity. And we are grateful for you to be able to articulate that and to keep those questions in front of us. But I want you to know that this council, by many actions for a number of years, that many of us have shared this opportunity, we are now able to actually take those questions and keep them at the front of this discussion. So thank you very much. I wish it was something that you could just wave that wand and we'd have everything that we needed for our seniors and our children and everybody that's working every day. Give us some time. Let us continue to focus on what we can do. And just know that we need your support and continue to come down here and talk to us about it. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I'll come back whenever it's necessary.
I know. All right. So I thought it might be easier if we just went, I think everyone would like to speak to this, but I'm going to ask the district representative to wait until she can hear everyone's ideas and thoughts and put that together. And we're going to start with Ms. Watlington, and then Mr. Driggs, you've already spoken, but in case you have one more thing, all right? Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first thing I'll say is when it comes to corridors of opportunity, you will find no bigger champion around this dice. I'll fight you for it. No, I'm just kidding.
I think you have to fight for that one, Ms. Watlington.
I know, right? No, but seriously, I'm very happy to see this Corridors of Opportunity program starting to branch out into implementation in some of the other corridors. It's really awesome to see the collective effort. So thank you to Monica and to the whole Corridors team for the work that you're doing there. It is definitely appreciated. I did want to ask some specific questions to staff in light of what Ms. Lewis has asked, because like the mayor said, these are questions that all of us have been asking as well, not only for this particular parcel, but as we think about some of the larger displacement events. So I'd like to understand, and I see Ms. Dotson coming to the podium, so I will start with the first question, and I'll just tee up the second one so that Mr. Heath can be prepared. So the second question is going to be about the displacement event procedures that we've got in place. So I'd like you to outline that, please. And then my first question is, Ms. Dotson, can you speak to the path forward for disposition of the property, or just give us the overall strategy here?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Watlington, and good evening, Council. You know, when we started to look, well, first let me step back really quickly. So in the Sugar Creek Playbook, the number one thing in there talks about the volume of the number of hotel rooms, right? So we've taken a strategy of looking at all of the properties at the interchange that are hotels, and then we have no two will be the same in terms of how we look at them. For this particular property, we could see an acquisition path. The relocation and the numbers that we looked at of people who were actually living there was not that high in comparison to some of the other ones. 4, I think, of the 10 were employees of the hotel as well. So we have been working closely in our team, which you know, the Corridors team is across departments, working with crisis assistance, a lot of organizations like Champion House of Care, Hearts for the Invisible, the Mayfield Memorial, CDC, freedom fighting communities as well, to work through a displacement strategy for anybody who might need to be replaced. We also sent out notices last week so that we had time to start working with residents and some in through crisis assistance on that. So we're trying to be very thoughtful and not purchase and then start thinking about it, that we've really been trying to think about it in conjunction with acquiring the property.
And then as it relates to the disposition, or what's the plan? How is this going to be a catalytic project for this particular corridor? Because we talked about buying this at a premium, and I did see that we have gotten it down to the appraisal price, so thank you for that. But set the stage, help us understand why this parcel in this way, and what this is going to do for this corridor.
So the way that we had looked at it, when we were able to get the property under contract, we did talk to a couple of community leaders to say, you know, are we going down the right path? We've talked to other organizations that are out in the community as well. We didn't try to do this in a vacuum. And we think in some of the conversations that going for a for-sale affordable product is a good approach. Now that this is public, we'll be having more community engagement around the longer-term strategy. We also had some high-level conversations with some affordable housing developers to make sure this is a place where the market would go. We think that for this particular property that is a win because it is immediately adjacent to Hidden Valley and providing some housing stock. We hear quite often the need for food and grocery, and we can talk about that with the community. It is only 4 acres, but we can talk about that with the community. And again, this one just felt like it wants a majority of it to be housing, but we will continue to talk to the community as well on that.
Thank you, Ms. Dotson. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Heath, as it relates to our strategy around displacement events?
Thank you. I can be brief. I think that each displacement event is unique, but the two common ingredients are having a quarterback agency on the ground that can facilitate the resources that are necessary to bring to bear, and then having some financial capacity in order to support that ecosystem. So thankfully, council in the last few months has appropriated some of the federal stimulus funds under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to specifically be available for displacement-related events. So crisis assistance will serve as the quarterback agency for this particular scenario, working with agency partners and community organizations on the ground as necessary in order to work through that process.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs, any further comment?
Just briefly, Ms. Parker, I'd like to commend you on making a short, powerful statement. I wish others would follow your example in this chamber. I've already, speakers, of course, not present company. So in spite of that, I've already indicated that I will not support it. My concern is simply it's a good project, but I don't know that we can afford to do much of this. That we're 200,000 acres in Charlotte. We're sanitizing 4 of them and spending $4 to $5 million to do so. I would like to see us just get better bang for our buck. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you to the man who spoke twice, right?
In total, less time than everybody else.
Well, first, let me say that the biggest champion for the Quarter for Opportunity is Victoria Wallington.
You're almost there.
I'm so far in the doghouse, but that's another story. First, let me thank the president of the Neighborhood Association and the neighbors for being here today. Ms. Henderson, Mr. Dean, for making sure they got here safely. Thank you very much for your interest in this topic. The Corridors of Opportunity redevelopment, not only here on my district in Beattyford Road, our Councilmember Wallington district, covers 6 corridors, and we've been diligently working to get this thing kicked off a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in our district, and it's really good to see that the planning efforts that went on for the last year or two in other corridors are now coming to fruition. And the step in the right direction in terms of acquiring this land. Mr. Drake, I don't think we can afford not to do it. I don't think we can afford not to do it. This corner, I-85 and Sugar Creek, has been an eyesore for decades. I drive by it every day. I play tennis at Sugar Creek Park. I know the issues in reference that the neighborhood leaders are confronting with for decades. And I think this is a positive way to utilize the Corridors of Opportunity, which its intent was to be creative, think out of the box, work with neighborhood leaders and association to provide the playbook in the direction that they want for their communities with a little help from the city. And so this is not just a purchasing of the property and a tear down, but the building of a community with affordable homes and townhomes. And so the staff is on a pretty accelerated schedule in terms of securing the property, helping those who are there. And I think there's about 11 or 12 individuals that may be impacted, making sure that they are safe and secure, demoing the property, then pinning an RFP on the street for affordable housing very quickly so the property won't be sitting there vacant and empty. And that the community can see positive action moving right away. So I'm very excited about what's about to happen over there. I'm meeting with a young lady, and you guys may know her. She opened up a salon on Sugar Creek, utilizing city resources for the facility. They're excited about positive change. The church is doing an affordable housing project on the corridor. Evoke Living is already there, and so positive change is coming to that community, and I think that's in the best interest of the residents and the seniors, the best interest of the community, and I look forward to supporting it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Anybody who knows Sugar Creek and 85 knows that the problem, one of the main problems there are those 12 or 13 motels. You know, Charlotte is one of the top cities in the nation for trafficking, human trafficking, and a lot has to do with the way these motels are situated, particularly on Sugar Creek and 85 and many different exits along 85 and 77 throughout our city. I contend that, we're not going to solve this problem, whether it be from a law enforcement perspective, or I agree with Mr. Driggs, by purchasing one of these hotels or motels at a time, it will have a marginal effect. That's why I've been actually pushing for the closing of the I-85 and Sugar Creek exit to change the way those motels operate wholesale and not one by one. But I also know, when staff brought us this opportunity and this this potential purchase, I asked them to do two things. I asked them to not do this to the community, but with the community, and to engage with, so part of that was engaging with the larger community around 85 and Sugar Creek. And I know folks in that community, it was $10 million per motel. They'd say, go ahead and do it and get rid of those. Because, as it's been said before, that's the issue. Nothing is going to change until we change that. But I also asked staff to engage with the folks specifically that are doing work in the motels along Reagan Drive, that are doing work to work with the families that honestly in some situations depend on those places and that need innovative approaches to transition out of the situation that they're in and to the situations that they want to be. And there is good work that is going on there, and it's work that we should be investing in, and we haven't necessarily invested in to scale. But I also know that it's the work of folks like that when things like this happen and they feel like sometimes they get done to them and not done with them, it hits them like a body blow, and it's discouraging, and it feels like it's a missed opportunity for, again, the city or any entity like ours to work with them and not just work on them. So I'm torn. I'm torn at this point in time because I thought we were bringing both of those entities along and working with them to come to a partnership forward here. And I don't think we've necessarily hit that mark. I know, again, it's a place where we have to do something, but I want to do something that continues to build on the good work that is being done, and doesn't just, provide the kind of generic kind of stamp of we've come here and done something that sometimes can feel like we're doing as a city. So I'm having trouble reconciling with this after learning some new information on that. So I don't know if I will be able to support this one tonight.
If I can just have a moment, thank you to all the members of Hidden Valley. And, the corridors of opportunity that we have in this community are because we didn't invest in 1970s. We had a wonderful neighborhood in Hidden Valley, well respected. People worked every day. Everything was just like you would expect in any community that's flourishing in this city today. And to say that was taken away, it was because by governmental action, who put that interchange there, who made it possible to drive down, those streets at that level, and who took care of the people in the community. And so to all of you, I say, this is our down payment for the things that we didn't do in the 1970s. things that we actually neglected and left to fail and said it's okay. Well, it's not okay. So I know that there might be a little bit of difficulty in how much the money is today, but we've got to start somewhere, and I say this is where it starts, and it starts with this vote tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your comments, although I have concerns with those comments for the simple fact that anyone that's lived, you've lived in the city a long time, any of us that's lived here over 30 years, we've seen what we've done. Freedom Drive and Berry Hill was nothing but 24/7 prostitution for many years. What did law enforcement finally do after getting representation that actually fought for it? They started showing up. When I asked Ms. Dotson and staff, what has been the law enforcement presence? Have we had one of the police towers there and set up there for a period of time? Have we had law enforcement there? What she shared with me is this not even one of our highest call case hotels. We know what Airport Inn looked like and the constant 24/7 drug interaction. But law enforcement has a place in this, not private CMPD. My challenge is to pay a slumlord who has created chaos in our community over $4 million for a property for them to just turn around and be able to go purchase something else. My challenge is we did not, when we were working with the community, come up with a plan 6 months ago where we had constant law enforcement out there. Because just by that presence, that would have stopped some of this negative interaction that we were seeing on the ground. So we can shake our heads and say, no, I lived on, my home is off of Freedom. I lived through the 24/7 drug interaction, prostitution, and everything else. That was one of the main reasons that I ran for office back in 2011, because we did not have an investment over there. You know what happened many years later? Government came in and invested. Most of my neighbors aren't even there anymore. Most of my neighbors that were long-term renters were not able to buy those homes, and those that did have homes are no longer there because those homes are gone that were once $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, where you might have some equity today. Those homes are now have been rehabbed and remodeled for $600,000, $700,000. As a community, we have had plenty of times of people that look like us that came to us and said, here's this great thing that we're going to do for the community. But what we don't tell you is a lot of times you're not going to be the person that benefits. You already see a number of new developments happening along Sugar Creek. How many of your family members have access to those new units that we opened the door to be invested in the area? Yes, we can create some language that says, okay, we're going to pay for this using your tax dollars. We're going to use some of the funding that was raised to do the demolition, so we're going to clear it. We can also put the language in place to say, here is who's going to get access to this. We have identified very specific developers that's going to develop something, whether it's single family, whether it's townhome ownership, that is going to do this specifically in partnership with the community and not come in and try to rape the community, which we have already gone through. That is my challenge. It is not just the fact of the funding, it is the fact that we have consistently lied to you for decades, and we are not the ones who benefit once all this new development comes in. Once we see all this growth, if you don't currently own that home, the chances of you getting access to that new home is going to be very limited, because then what do we say when that partner comes in? It's a waiting list, first come, first serve. How many of us have already been sitting on a list for more than 2 years? I had a resident call me on Easter because she's been sitting in a horrible situation for over 2 years, sitting on a wait list. So if we're going to be moving forward and have this conversation, then we need to be honest with y'all and be transparent and not just say what sounds good because we owe you. Yes, we do owe you. But over the last 2 decades, we have not done everything that we can to protect you because we could have put the language in on the front end. And what I'm saying, Ms. Dotson, as our Economic Development Director, the language should be in partnership with our city attorney, to make sure that the protections are in place, that if this is funded, if this is demolished, it is already identified which partners and what commitments to this community for who gets access to this new housing, and to ensure, and I don't even know if we can legally do this, that this individual who was a slumlord that we're getting ready to pay over $4 million for his trash business isn't able to go out and buy another business in our community that in another 10, 15 years is going to put us in the exact same situation where we're using tax dollars because we allowed you, and I say allow because we did not have law enforcement there on a continuous basis with a clear plan, whether that plan is a sting, whether it's an operation, whatever cute code name we want to give it, so that they can't do this again later. And then we look to the community and say, we're going to use $4 million, maybe $6 million of your tax dollars in order to get rid of this nuisance that we allow to build and grow here. Because if we had the enforcement there, that could have changed a lot of this conversation. So yes, it is very difficult for me to say, and my colleagues know this, and I have mentioned it to the Economic Development Director, and when she brought this to us 2 or 3 times, I asked some of these same questions. What are the commitments? What do we do with law enforcement? What you said to me is basically, I don't have to give you an answer because this is what I'm presenting to council because there's enough of y'all that I believe that'll vote for it. So for the 1 or 2 who don't, I'm not concerned. As a community, I know you want something done, but to what extent? Without having clear commitments from us of what it's going to be once that done, moves on, you should want to know that as well, especially when we're getting ready to have a conversation, because we're going to have to look at what taxes are going to look like moving forward, whether there's an increase or decrease. We know that there's going to be an impact. You should demand more from us when we're spending, allocating, identifying ways to spend and allocate the tax dollars that you have contributed to when you've already gone through so much disinvestment. I'm asking for you to push for investment that's actually going to benefit you outside of saying, yeah, let's spend this money to just demolish this without knowing clearly what you're going to get in return. Don't let us do what we did to Brooklyn. Don't let us do what we did in South End. We could have put demands on housing affordability along the light rail. We didn't. It takes 6 votes. Demand better of us so that you can have better in your community. I don't live over there, but my mother-in-law does and has been over there for 40 years of her life, so I'm over there quite often. So I see what is happening, and it's the same thing that happened in Camp Green, which used to be which was Bryant Park, and what we know is Westwood Apartments. And we remember what Westwood was and what it got turned into. What I am asking you to do is to consider, is that what you want to see happen now? Unless staff can give me a commitment right now of what this expectation is going to be for who is going to actually, what partners or the type of partners are going to be the ones that we bring to the table for this redevelopment, whether it is townhomes or single family, I'm not going to be able to vote for this. So Ms. Dotson, who are you having conversations with to make sure the community gets something that's going to benefit them?
So Councilmember Mayfield, we would have to go through an RFP process, which is what we've said that we wanted to do. We wanted to target it for affordable housing, which is also what we talked to the community about. And we've talked to some affordable housing developers to see, is it a site for affordable housing? Every indication that we have gotten so far indicates that yes, this could be a for sale affordable housing project. But again, we'd have to go through a formal RFP process, which we are trying to expedite creating the RFP right now.
So the last part that I'm going to add for you all, because some of you watch the meeting, some of you keep up with what we're talking about. Earlier today, on 267, we talked about Housing Trust Fund. Remember, we came to you a number of years ago, asked you to give us $50 million. Since 2002, we have built over 11,000 units. That's over $260 million. So to hear that we're going to talk to some providers, we're going to encourage affordable, when what we receive as an average is 5 to 7 units, and what is even affordable today? Because my down payment assistance program that we support in this city is for $300,000 up to. For a new home or a rehab home, $315,000. You can't even buy a home for that in Charlotte right now. So demand more, because this is not the first time that I've asked this question or anything similar to this question. So you've had time to identify some specific partners, because we got historic West End partners that's already doing amazing work. So even if you had come back and said, you know what, we actually have talked to historic West End, you know what, there's actually a small developer that specializes in building houses specifically under a certain price point, opposed to saying, well, maybe one of our big partners might, please give me a unit or two. That right there says that there is not a true commitment. This is an allocation of funds just to be able to say, look at what we did, and we risk the chance of having the same conversation that we've had at Eastland for over a decade, from where we do just enough to make people feel like we're doing something to help them, knowing doggone well that there's no commitment from your team and this staff to move something to the next level. And yes, that may be comical to you, but for me on this end, watching it, living it, driving through it, for over 30 years in this community and seeing what could be done, and when we had leadership that got it done, yes, this is frustrating for me, for the simple fact that all of these are my neighbors. You don't see these people on a daily basis.
Point of order.
That can be a point of order, but I'm still going to share what I'm sharing, because where I have a concern is when I ask a specific question of a staff person and I cannot get an answer to that question. That is a
Point of
challenge.
order. I'm sorry. I appreciate the question. Absolutely. I respect your right to ask the questions. But can we maintain a level of respect and decorum?
There was nothing disrespectful or out of decorum in what I said.
I would disagree.
I would disagree.
I disagree as well.
Okay, well, again, if y'all think that there was disrespect in me sharing my work experience with the individual and my lack of receiving information when I have asked about it, then that is a challenge that we're going to have to not even agree to disagree on. Your work experience has been very different with mine. So when I have asked a question on multiple times, and I have not gotten an answer, then what I am saying is I am letting these community members know why I am going to have a challenge.
Ms. Mayfield, let's take a 5-minute break.
We don't need to take a 5-minute break. Mayor, we're all adults sitting around this dais, just as my colleagues have spoken.
You can continue.
And I listen. I am sharing that for me to move forward, I am asking you all to demand more of us. I am asking that if I ask a staff member to present something or give me a commitment, then they should be able to do that, opposed to saying, well, we're going to work with, because, and then I gave you 2 different examples of where we have done that. So I'm speaking to the community.
Our rules around, if you ask a staff member,
A question and they didn't answer.
And they did not answer, you can get 5 other people to ask that question, and then there is an authority in our procedures to allow that question to be addressed and answered.
That
But
question
it
will
is
be
not
addressed
a
and answered at a
personal-
later date in committee,
I'm
through a
just
committee reassignment,
We
correct?
have some rules of procedure that allow for questions to be asked and answered. And I think that when we do it individually, or we have a collective to do it, it's a lot better around this dais. And I think where we are today is, I understand that you have this great experience and your self-experience, and you're speaking to this audience, but I think we need to do it with respect for the people that work here, so that as we proceed. So I know that, would you like to go ahead and finish your remarks to the public and have those comments made?
I would ask you all to demand from us that we work to do better for you, and not just approve something without you having a clear understanding of what the expectation is, or even a timeline of when we plan on creating something good for you, opposed to just letting us say, this is going to be good for you, but you don't know when.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Okay. Mr. Mitchell?
You really want me to follow that.
I think that it's a lot to follow, and you can tell how much passion there is around this. So, well, you can tell how much this means to people.
Intensity of feeling.
And intensity of the comments. So, with that, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So first of all, let me tell you a story about this guy in 1977, 1980, hung out in Hidden Valley.
Yes.
And I had many friends over there in Hidden Valley Forest Drive. So on a serious note, it has been a long time. On a serious note, thank you all for being here tonight to give us your vision. And Ms. Parker, thank you for those great words. Sometimes we don't get input from a community, what they would like to see or how they would like to vote. You all were very clear tonight. Move forward, give us momentum, remove this blight. And so I will be supporting Dante Anderson as we move forward and continue the work we're trying to do to make Hidden Valley the community I remember in the 1970s. Tracy and Monica, thank you. We put a lot of pressure about corridor opportunities development. I have to thank Monica. She gave me a nice update. And this has been tough. You have had 3 district reps for District 4. Councilman Graham, Councilmember Johnson, and now you have Ms. Anderson. And so this stuff does not move quickly. But thank you for your patience. I hope you feel like it'll be a new day tomorrow, that this city council really is going to invest in Hidden Valley. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague here, Mr. Mitchell, Councilman Mitchell. Hidden Valley neighbors, thank you for coming out today. It means a lot to hear your voice from one Marjorie to another. Every time I hear your name, I smile because, especially when you say something wonderful, I'm like, yeah, that's actually something I would say. I even read your comments today in QC Metro before I came, where they'd interviewed you and you'd, lended your support to us supporting this. And I knew before I sat down at the dais, your words impacted me in a way that I knew that I would, be willing to support it, knowing that you live there day in and day out. You've seen things that I have not seen. And I know as important as, it is to provide the tools necessary, that, we do this from a place, I think everyone who runs for this office does it from a place of being willing to make an impact. As perfect and as imperfect as it is, I feel like each one of us do it. And even the ones that I know that have done it even unsuccessfully, I see you. And I know you've done it for the same reason. You've done it because you intend to bring your experiences, however relevant specifically to the idea, but those experiences inform us to be able to make an impactful decision for people just like us, so that we can listen with empathy, and understand where you come from when you take the time to drive down here and address us so that we can hear you and we can see you. So thank you for that. Policy moves slow. Policy is a slow form of governing that takes often time. It's not fast. There's nothing about this process that can go fast, but the one thing that I can tell you for the one, and I can't speak for everyone, but me specifically, the reason why I feel, confident in standing behind this, even understanding that there's a larger price tag, is understanding the potential impact for you and your neighbors. Knowing that we can step in and with what little resources we have, because we have a finite budget. And what the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative done is provided an opportunity for private investors to come in and put their money with ours and extend it exponentially so that we can make an impact like this. Because if this was something that we were doing on our own, we couldn't do it. right? We couldn't do this for any community. There's 6 communities across our city that we're going to do this. We're going to attempt this lift to impact those communities in a way that they haven't been impacted in decades, and this one is one of them. So I hope that you'll trust us, and know that as decision makers, we have you in mind. We see you, we hear you, and we'll be working with our economic development team, to be their ears, because we have a direct connection to you. You're the ones who placed us in these seats with your votes, and so it's our jobs to listen to you and to translate that to our team here at the city so that we can elevate that for you. So thank you for coming. We hear you, and I definitely will offer my support to this agenda item.
Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you're one of the last speakers, a lot of things, next to last, a lot of things have been said. So I don't want to repeat what has been said. But I will highlight that when you come here and when you all voice your support for something, I know what that means to you. And I will do my part to listen when you tell us that this is what we want. And I think as part of the RFP process and community engagement is for us to listen to you so that we are not coming up with something that community may not support or appreciate. So I think when Ms. Dotson said that this will go through RFP process, community input, that means that you will be an important part of this development. I really appreciate what our mayor had to say. Because of historic disinvestment, as a council, we have championed corridors of opportunities and how we need to prioritize funding for that. Yes, when it comes to affordability, I know one of my colleagues raised a concern about how expensive this is. Well, let me say, we have figured out a way to make big projects happen. So when there is a will, there is a way. And I had a conversation earlier today with Ms. Anderson, and this is something that she has championed along the way. And she shared with me the playbook that we have for 85 and Sugar Creek Opportunity Corridor, which is really reducing number of motel rooms by 30%. And this step is in the right direction of part of that playbook, because CMPD has reported to us multiple times there is transactional crime happening at this motel, at this location. So we need to do our part to ensure that we are addressing violent crime in the area. And this proposal that we have will exactly do that. I know Ms. Lewis had raised concerns about displacement, and those are valid concerns. And I know Ms. Anderson will speak about that, but there is a plan in place to ensure that we are working with the crisis ministry to house those 11 individuals. And I appreciate the mayor's racial equity initiative, as Ms. Molina had mentioned. This is going to help us leverage private sector dollars so that we can really make an impact. So I will be supporting this. And I hope that you will continue to hold us accountable throughout this process. And Ms. Henderson and Mr. Dean, thank you so much for bringing all the neighbors here. We certainly appreciate that. But I look forward to seeing how this development can truly be something that community and neighbors can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we got Ms.
All right. Ms. Ajmera? Before we speak with
Ms. Anderson.
She's doing Ms. Anderson. I know Ms. Anderson. I know. Before Ms. Anderson speaks, I'd like to recognize the city manager.
So, thank you, Mayor, members of council. So, what I really want to do is not necessarily for our friends from Hidden Valley, thank you so much for being out here. But mainly for you around the dais, I just want to talk a little bit about what the team has done, not just for the hotel purchase, but the corridors of opportunity in general, okay? So we tried to do something very, very different, and that was start off with these areas that we called hotspots, and it was crime-related. And who wants to make an investment in a hotspot? And so then, over time, we started to talk about priority areas, so that these areas would be different, that we would make investments in it. There were these terms called CNIPs that predated me. I don't think they predated some of you. But they were infrastructure investments and not necessarily economic development or jobs or, let's say, even transit. So, a few years ago, we, I guess, birthed this concept of the corridors opportunity to do things just like this so that we aren't doing the same thing that we have done for decades. So I think it's the one area in the city that is super cross-collaboration. So it's not just Tracy, and ED, but, we have Liz, and when she was at CDOT, and we have folks from CMPD, and it is almost daily that these discussions go on. And I think what's more important is that each community has created a playbook, okay? And it's kind of interesting, Ms. Mayfield, you were around for the first playbook because we said, let's just not have something that sits on a shelf for decades and we don't implement. And over the years, the councils have been great. I mean, 24 million one year in corridors, 24 million another year in corridors. So I just wanted to make sure because I have 8,400 folks that work with me, and I don't want them to take away tonight that we aren't trying to do something that's special for the community. And Tracy, I appreciate everything that you've done to try to pull us all together to do items like this. Not every corridor is going to be purchasing hotels. I think Ms. Ashmore nailed it, and I'm sorry. I know Councilmember Anderson is saying, well, Jones, you're about to say the things I'm about to say. But it will, I won't, I just need to do one, okay? But taking 30% of these rooms away is part of that playbook. It's the number one priority in the playbook. And so, yes, there's a bunch of other things we can do. There's so many partners that are out there that would love for us to work with them. Some of our partners are on the front row tonight. It's good to see you. But I just don't want, again, the team to walk away from tonight feeling deflated because we didn't do something right. I think we did exactly what was asked of us. Maybe not as fast as you want, maybe not the path that you want, but I really appreciate the work that has gone into this, and I think it's going to be reflected in the community. I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I'd like to recognize Dante Anderson. I'd also like to thank all of you for sitting through something that was very difficult for all of us. We appreciate you. Hope that you understand. I want to say to the staff, the work that you've done on this, as you've seen expressed, has been important to this community. The playbook, the research, the data, the sessions that we've had with you, and just have an appreciation for that. And I want to turn to Ms. Anderson to ask her to really express how this council came forward with this idea representing the efforts that we've made for Hidden Valley. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am so excited for this moment. Being a native Charlottean, born and raised here, I too, Mr. Mitchell, spent time in Hidden Valley when I was a kid, and I wanted to live over there. The houses were awesome. I wanted my family to be able to have that access to purchase a home. Many of my council members have said a lot of the positive things and the benefits, and you've heard some passion and some tensions here. You've also heard some focal points around price points and dollars. But what I would offer up to all of us is the opportunity cost of not investing in this corridor decades ago has grown at a rate that is way more than $4.2 million.
For sure.
You can ask any of these Hidden Valley residents, and you have long-term residents who have owned their homes and weathered the storm, and they continue to fight for their community. They continue to be advocates. My hat is always off to all of you. Ms. Parker, you and I spoke this weekend, over the Easter weekend, but I want you to understand that. There is an opportunity cost to not investing and to finding ways to rationalize away the right and our responsibility to act. So you all live there. You know what it's like when the sun goes down. You know what you deal with when you wake up in the morning and the sun comes up, and the aftermath every single night. We're not talking about other neighborhoods in the city, and I recognize that we have hot spots and pockets throughout the entire city. But we're not talking about Freedom Drive right now. We're not talking about other Camp Green right now. We're talking about Sugar Creek, and we're talking about that corridor between Dorida and North Tryon. And we have the opportunity to act, and we have the responsibility to act with a combination of public and private dollars to have a direct impact to that corridor, to the lives of the individuals who call that home, and quite frankly, to the individuals who are impacted through all of that transactional crime that occurs there. It has a ripple effect in a positive manner that many of us can't even imagine. So I appreciate the passion. I appreciate the arguments around why we shouldn't do this. But to Mr. Graham's point, I don't understand how you could vote against this. If you really have understood the history of Charlotte, the history of this corridor, the importance of this historical neighborhood of Hidden Valley and Dorida, I can't rationalize why someone would vote no for this particular project. Now, you've heard all the right answers around, there's a playbook. So there's a plan. There's a strategic plan that all of you had input in, right? The community members had input. The Business Association Alliance along Sugar Creek has had input into this playbook. So this isn't a push to the community. This really is a collaborative effort. And I want to thank Monica Holmes and Tracy Dotson and their teams for all of the heavy lifting they've done around this. Ms. Holmes has had numerous meetings with me around the strategic intent around our actions, because that was the most important thing for me for this corridor. I want it to be strategic around our approach to these motels. And there was a comment earlier around some of these motels are used for affordable housing, and that's true. If you've ever been over there in that corridor, you can see constituents getting off the bus. They have on their uniforms coming from work, and they use some of these motels as a stopgap for housing. These two properties are not that. These two properties are hot spots for violent transactional crime. It's a blight on the community. It directly abuts this historic neighborhood, and they have to deal with it every single day, and they've been doing it for decades. So I am so thrilled that my colleagues who have said yes, and we've had lots of conversation around this outside of the dais, but I'm so thrilled that a group of my colleagues understand the historical impact that this corridor has lived through, and they see the positive impact of making this purchase, demolishing these buildings that are beyond disrepair, and bringing the opportunity for something positive in this community. It's long overdue, and I'm happy to be a part of the group that votes yes for this, and I'm happy to see what will come and how it will change. As one of my colleagues mentioned, we already see pockets of change in the corridor, and we still have lots to do. This is just one step of action in this playbook. There's others to come. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited to see us move from a design and input phase of a corridor of opportunity to the phase of implementation. It's very important, and it's a very important milestone for us to achieve. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. This community is such an engaged community. You know, you guys could take a different route. You know, you could be, decide you want to be disenfranchised and not participate in the process, and just allow things to occur. But you don't do that. And it's not just one or two people, it is a group of residents that every week you get out and you have that desire and drive to make your community better. I see it. I appreciate it. It's not easy to do. I know you have some battle scars and you get tired and you hear no a lot. But tonight I'm excited that you're going to hear yes. So with that, Madam Mayor, I would say thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to approve the actions of a purchase in the corridors of opportunity, our Sugar Creek corridor. All in favor, please raise your hand. 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3. The motion passes. Thank you very much. All right. I hope, when we take this action, it's the first step. There are going to be a lot of steps. That playbook is pretty thick. But I believe Ms. Anderson has a North Star for it, and she'll be with you every step of the way. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. All right, the next item. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? That'd be good.
We tried that 10 minutes ago.
5 minutes. We'll be back in here at 9 o'clock. And our next item on the agenda is item 17, the conveyance of right of first refusal to the Hornets. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution approving the conveyance of a right of first refusal for the real property located at 501 East Trade Street to Charlotte Arena Operations, LLC, and authorize the manager to negotiate and execute all documents?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All right.
One hand
Anyone
only.
opposed?
One hand only.
All right, Madam Clerk, did you get everything? Thank you. The next item
On your toes here.
on our agenda is item 18. Is there a motion to authorize the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute agreements with the Sullenberger Aviation Museum, formerly known as the Carolinas Aviation Museum, to support the reopening of the museum in an amount not to exceed $2 million in total from the city's hospitality fund and
Move for
adopt the same.
approval of A and B, Mayor.
Second. Is there, we have a motion from
A and B.
Mr. Mitchell and a second. Who seconded? Ms. Molina?
I got a choice, whatever's
Okay, whichever. So, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand.
I'm hungry.
Is there anyone in opposition? All right, the next item is 19 is there a motion to accept a grant in the amount of $485,045 from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality for purchasing a heavy-duty Class 8 electric truck and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating that same amount to the environmental quality to the General Capital Projects Fund? Do we have a motion?
Yes.
And
Second.
yes, we have a motion and a
A and B.
second.
I have a, Mr. Mitchell just said, if Dimple drives it, so I'll sign up for it.
Well, let's see how tall it is and see if you can jump up in it first, okay? All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? No opposition. The next item is there a motion to approve the purchase of 2.27 acres of property located on Beam Road in the amount of $415,000 from the heirs of Diane Faust for expansion of CMPD training facilities, authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute the documents for this transaction. Do you have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? That's unanimous. All right. The next item is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a municipal agreement with the state of North Carolina DOT to accept surface transportation block grant funds in the amount of $1.903,000 for the I-277 Rail Trail Bridge project and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating the same amount. Do I have a motion for A and B?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second for A and B. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? No opposition. Thank you. The next item is municipal agreement. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT in the amount of $2,500,000 for infrastructure upgrades associated with the Lancaster Highway and Providence Road West intersection improvements?
Is this another project in District 7?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand.
You know I love you, Ed. You know I love you.
Anyone opposed? No, there's no one opposed, so we'll continue. The next item is a municipal agreement, a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a municipal agreement with the NCDOT for construction of water and sanitary sewer line relocations, adjustments, and improvement, and authorize the manager to approve the reimbursement request for the actual cost
Move
of
to approve
utility
A and B.
construction. We have a motion to approve A and B. Any
Nay.
discussion?
It's a motion in your district.
All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? That's unanimous, no one's opposed. Tonight, the council will also consider nominations to various boards and commissions. Council members submitted their nominations earlier to the clerk. Names will not be read at the dais. Tomorrow, the clerk will email the city council the names of applicants that received at least 2 nominations. Any applicant receiving 6 or more can be considered for appointment tonight. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that would be considered tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'd like to have a motion and for approval of those with at least 6 items of support and 6 votes of support, and I will have the city clerk, do we have a motion for?
So moved.
Yes, ma'am.
So moved. And a second? All right, and now I'll have the city clerk provide the information in the motion for those that have 6 votes, and then we'll vote on it.
Yes, ma'am. For the Bicycle Advisory Committee, Aaron Cook and received 10 nominations, and Miguel Garcia received 9 nominations. I understand that the Business Advisory Committee has been deferred. The Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee, there were no recommendations, so therefore no action to be taken on that. For the Charlotte International Cabinet, that will come back. For the Citizens Review Board, Teresa Mauricio received 9 nominations. For the Civil Service Board, Nicholas Peach, the incumbent, received 10 nominations. There are no nominations for the Historic District Commission. For the Neighborhood Matching Grants, Destiny Crawford received 10 nominations. For the Planning Commission, Aaron Shaw received 7 nominations. The Passenger Vehicle for Hire, Stormwater Advisory Committee, and Transit Services Advisory Committee will come back. The final nominations are for the Waste Management Advisory Board. The incumbent, Martin Doss, received 10 nominations, and Michael Jacome received 8 nominations.
All right, you heard the motion with the information by the city clerk, and you have the motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, except those with the 6 or more votes, please raise your hand. All right, is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, then that completes our nominations for tonight. We have a motion for adjournment. We are now adjourned.
I have a question, because our city clerk, we have the city manager's report, but since we've opened up our passport services here, the clerk actually had an update for us. I want to find out moving forward if we can find a space in order to hear from our city clerk. She presented it to us around the dais, but this is really great information that would be helpful for the community to know regarding our new passport office that's opened up.
I just thought about the part of the memo that that we've received, and so I think we can send that out in the memo on Thursday so that you can have the information. I know that tonight is, I think she might want to say something. You wanted to share?
I'm happy to provide the good news.
Please do.
The passport office opened on March the 7th, and since that time, we have executed 101 passport applications, and we are now booked through July, actually mid-July. We're booked through mid-July, and as of today, the amount of revenue that's been generated since March the 7th is $4,525. And we estimate for the month of April, we anticipate 80 applications for passports. So we are proud and pleased that we're off to a great start.
Well, thank you very much. All right, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.